Good morning. Welcome. Welcome. Welcome to Help USA's annual symposium, Upstream, Frontline Solutions to Homelessness. My name is Aisha Moore. I'm the Associate Vice President of Single Adult Shelters for Help USA.
Good morning again, everyone. I'm Shayla Madramutu. I'm the Associate Vice President for Family Services at Help USA. Just a few housekeeping. The bathrooms are right outside to your right. If you guys need to, I know that's a critical part of everyone's day. Please remember to silence your cell phone. Our discussions today are being recorded, and you'll be able to have access to those recordings next week on Help USA's website at helpusa.org. And lunch will be served this around 12-ish outside in the foyer. With that being said, I'm going to turn it over back to Aisha.
All right, so let's get started. Please join us and welcome to the podium, Dan Lehman, Help USA's President and CEO.
All right. Thank you, Aisha. Thank you, Shayla. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. All right, that's good. That's good. Everyone have that second cup of Bustelo. We can keep moving. So I'm Dan Lehman. I'm President and CEO of Help USA, and welcome to our third annual Upstream Symposium. Thank you all for being here today. And we're going to focus on the intersection between homelessness and housing crises. Together represent one of the greatest challenges that we face today here in New York City and around the country. We say crises, but it's really one crisis. It's one crisis rooted in the lack of housing that people can afford. There's countless reasons why people come to experience homelessness and other forms of housing insecurity, but there's one overwhelming reason they remain homeless and housing insecure, and that's the lack of affordable housing. This has framed Help USA's approach for nearly 40 years. Even as we increase placements from shelter into permanent housing, over 1,300 households last year, the vast majority with rental subsidies in place, which is so important. And we bring hundreds of new affordable housing units online, and we prevent over 95% of families who enter the city's home-based prevention program from ever entering the shelter system. Even as we do all these things, we still must fight through the systemic limitations and bottlenecks our entire sector faces. And every day, we see families and individuals who are doing, quote, the right thing, working regularly, often full-time, sometimes 2 jobs, yet stable, affordable, permanent housing remains out of reach for them. Today, we will look at what needs to change in terms of policies and resources to make sure that everyone has a place to call home. We'll look at the housing supply and housing access challenges. We will hear from an incredible array of people who have dedicated their careers to different parts of this puzzle. Government leaders, service providers, housing developers, public, private, and philanthropic funders, advocates, and academics. We'll hear other perspectives as well, from people with lived experience, from journalists and filmmakers who have delved into public perceptions and representations of homelessness and housing insecurity. And by the end, you'll be invigorated, worn out, and inspired all at the same time, after what promises to be one of the broadest and most thoughtful discussions we could have possibly put together. We won't walk out today having solved the twin challenges of homelessness and housing affordability, but we will all leave having heard some of the best ideas, the best thinking on how we need to move forward. Before I turn things over, I want to acknowledge today as Denim Day, and I can see many other people acknowledged it here as well, part of Sexual Assault Awareness Month. And it's not only important to recognize the dangerous and destructive myths that surround sexual violence, but the specific relevance of intimate partner/gender-based violence as a key contributing factor to homelessness and housing insecurity, especially among women and children. And with that, I'm thrilled to welcome a true champion of making sure that everyone has a place to call home, Deputy Mayor for Housing, Economic and Development and Workforce for the City of New York, the Honorable Mr. Adolfo Carrion, Jr.
Thank you very much, Dan. Good morning, everyone. All right, energetic group. So if I had remembered that it was denim day, I would have put on my denim suit. And I actually have one because when I'm not playing deputy mayor, I'm a badass rider of a Harley Davidson Road King. And I would have come on my Harley today, but I completely forgot. Delighted to be with you all. Thank you, Dan. Thank you to Help USA for the important work that you do. I was mentioning to one of your colleagues the history that I have with Help USA, going back to my days in the Bronx as a district manager and a council member, and of course as the borough president for 2 terms. So much landmark, important work defining and guiding the conversation about how we should be intervening in people's lives. So this is a long-standing effort, and we appreciate all the work and the fact that you host a conversation like this in a space like this is significant. I'm joined by friends and colleagues, and anytime you have a former HPD commissioner in the room and you've been HPD commissioner, you have to recognize them. I think he deserves so much credit for where we are today as a city, given the work he did and now continues to do at CPC. But my friend Rafael Sestero, he's a terrific New Yorker. $20, Rafael. And you're going to hear from her later, but there's a lot of people that work behind people like me that make it for us look easy. I come up, I give a speech, I shake a few hands, we say some important things. But seriously, there is an army of good public servants behind us that really toil every day to handle the challenge of the moment. And I think you all know the executive director at City Hall, no small responsibility, the executive director at City Hall for housing in all its manifestations, Layla Bozorg. She's here. You're going to hear from her later. So my true calling was to be a show host and just introduce people. But let me say a couple of things. I have some prepared remarks, but I'm gonna try to be short and to the point. But I was this morning as I prepared. The background was the 50th anniversary of our exit from the Vietnam War in 1975, April. I was 14 years old. I had lost 2 cousins that were in the Navy. And I still remember, those moments. And in the church, and the coffin, and the flag, and the naval officers standing by the coffin. And it reminded me, as I was coming here to a place like this that reminds us of important chapters in humanity, the question that we have to ask ourselves, and I think that, this platform is asking today and begging the question, what did we do with the moment we were given, right? What did we do? Did we step up? Did we answer the call? Did we answer the moral imperative and challenge of our generation? I feel very comforted in this space because I know that most of you, all of you in this room, you're here because you have answered that call. what drives you every day is to fix the things that break people's lives, restore humanity and dignity and respect, lift people up, give them a place of dignity and honor. That is hard work. That is often unpopular work, and it doesn't pay well. And I think if you're in this field, you know that. You don't do it for the remuneration. You do it because it's the right thing to do. So I want to thank you all for answering that call in this chapter of human history. And God knows we're facing some real challenges. And I'm really straying now. I never thought for a minute in my life that by the time I got to this chapter, being a 1960s baby, that we would be here facing what we're facing as a country. Every day, every single day, we're getting new messages from Washington suggesting that the work that you do and we do in building up people's lives is unimportant and there should be disinvestment. There should be underinvestment. The suggestion that there is not honor in the work that we do. And frankly, I have to say, it really, really angers me. When I see the possibilities of emergency housing vouchers being taken away from our city, cuts to Section 8, when we consider the advances that we've made in our city and around the country in being moderately environmentally responsible and moving society in that direction, and that the national government suggests that that is a waste of effort and that that somehow is wrong, when the national government in its current manifestation suggests that diversity, equity, and inclusion are curse words, it is morally bankrupt. And I speak to you as Adolfo from the Bronx. Hijo de Elisa y Adolfo Carrión de Puerto Rico. It breaks my heart because my parents got here in the 1950s, and in one generation, with the right investments, they were able to go from not speaking a lick of English, working at the bottom of the economy, entry-level jobs, and going from a sub-basement on South 2nd Street to Jacob Rees houses on the Lower East Side to a federally assisted limited equity co-op on 12th Street and Avenue C in Loisaida, and squirreled enough peanuts together to put a down payment together with an FHA supported 3% mortgage down payment. In less than one generation, by the time I was 8 years old, we moved to the country in the North Bronx and bought a row house. And the rest is history. And those are the kinds of transformative investments we need to make in people's lives. Because those Puerto Rican kids had 4 children. I have 3 sisters. They blew right through the middle class. They're making serious money, my sisters. I'm not. They're all, God bless them, they're all homeowners. I'm a homeowner. But we were able to achieve this because there was a belief that it was a sound investment to educate those new arrivals and those children and make sure that they had a chance to participate in the American economy. We cannot go backwards. So, I have some stuff here to say. I've worn a few hats: teacher, urban planner, council member, Bronx Borough president, federal official in the Obama administration, commissioner of housing preservation and development. And I see my HPDers around there, my friends. I love you and miss you all. At my core, I'm, as you can see, a passionate New Yorker and a believer in the American promise if we do it right. Now, as deputy mayor for housing, economic development, and workforce, I get to channel that passion every single day to tackle one of the toughest, most urgent challenges we face, creating more opportunities for jobs and housing, especially for some of our lowest wage earners. Let's be honest, the housing crisis in New York City is both systemic and acute. You're going to hear today about that and about the vacancy rate and about if you're a working class or low-income New Yorker, your chances of finding affordable housing are near zero, and we're doing everything in our power to fight that. I mean, we've broken records, we've invested, beyond even what I thought was possible. We're now, this is budget week. We have a 10-year capital plan where we're investing $24.7 billion in affordable housing in all its manifestations. We're working at multiple levels of government to address these issues. The mayor has established himself as the most pro-housing mayor in New York City's history, because under his leadership, we're not just naming the problem, we're acting on it. And he set an ambitious goal for this administration of 500,000 new homes in a decade. You know all the stuff that we brought back from Albany, the revival of a tax incentive that allows the creation of affordable housing in market rate buildings, the 467M, which is the ability to convert commercial property to residential, and so many other tools. Obviously, the city of Yes for Housing Opportunity. Thank you to all of you who participated in that and showed up to testify and to move the needle so that we can go from the zoning of 1961 to the zoning of 2025 and allow for growth and the development of housing everywhere across our city. We're moving to, we're not just dreaming big, we're moving forward together. Together we pushed for a secured real legislative wins. While I was at the helm of HPD, we broke records producing and connecting, producing housing and connecting New Yorkers to affordable housing. 2 years running, we broke records, and I expect that this year we will do that again. We launched 5 neighborhood rezonings to bring thousands of new homes where they're desperately needed all across the city. Just this week, we announced $46 million to expand supportive housing under the city's 1515 initiative. We also committed another $350 million to transform public housing this week because our NYCHA residents deserve safety, dignity, and investment and respect. And yes, I mentioned the city of Yes, the potential for over 80,000 units of housing across all 5 boroughs and in all of the types of neighborhoods. And in addition to the rezoning, we secured $500 billion in capital and infrastructure dollars to back up those investments across the city. All of this takes capital, it takes smart zoning, it takes bold policy, but most of all, it takes partnership. Partnership like we have here today across agencies, across industries, across organizations, across all 5 boroughs. It takes you. So thank you for being in this fight. Thank you for pushing this forward. You know, when I was a school teacher, I used to take kids around to having been an urban planner, I would take them around the neighborhood to show them how the city worked. They were English language learners, recent arrivals, mostly from the Dominican Republic in a Bronx middle school on 183rd Street. My goal then was to ensure that we were creating civic-minded people, lifelong learners, curious New Yorkers. Even back then, I was trying to help them see that place matters, and the breadth of the city was their classroom in all its manifestations. That still drives me today. I know it drives you. I think Dan put it right. The homelessness crisis is really about the lack of housing. We need to increase supply. We're doing everything that we can, and I want to say thank you to every single one of you, whether you're in government or you're at nonprofit organizations working in this field. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We're in this together. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you so much, Deputy Mayor, for your candid and powerful words. Now, it is my pleasure to introduce to you our morning keynote speaker, a career veteran of homelessness and housing policy and one of the foremost experts on homelessness in the nation, CEO of the National Alliance to End Homelessness, Ann Oliver. Did I say it right? Oliver. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. You're pretty good at it. Let's try it one more time. Good morning, everyone. Thank you. I appreciate that. My job as the morning opening plenary speaker is to get y'all going a little bit, to have some energy for the day. So I appreciate that you're doing that. Thank you so much, Aisha, for that introduction, and to Help USA for having me today. I am incredibly grateful, as I normally am, just to be out of Washington, D.C. for a hot second, but also to just be in community with all of you here. It's lovely to be in community with folks who are doing the hard work every single day and ending homelessness for New Yorkers every single day. So Aisha just said a little bit about my bio, and if you look in the program, you'll see a little bit more about my bio. It lists my titles and it lists the various roles that I've had in this field. And when I look at it, it always is a little uncomfortable. Have any of you had to be standing up here and people read your bio, which thank you for not doing that. They read your bio and you're like, ooh, that sounds weird. It's always a little uncomfortable. And it's not because I'm not proud of the work that I've done. Ending homelessness is my life's work, and I'm pretty clear about that. But it's really because the titles and the awards are not actually the thing that means something to me. What means something to me, what I keep close, and what I always keep in the back of my mind is the people that I have served and worked with in my career in homeless services. And when I was a baby homelessness professional in Washington, D.C., I actually was part of the first funded continuum of care in the country, which was Washington, D.C. I was the 6th employee of that continuum of care. And so when I say I was a baby, I was a baby. My boss let me run what eventually became the city's first Housing First program. We didn't call it that. We didn't have that name at the time. We called it the Special Outreach Program, which sounds ridiculous now, but that's what we called it. And through that program, I met some truly extraordinary service providers and people experiencing homelessness. I remember many of their names to this day because I got to know them and see them flourish or struggle. For some, I was able to be present or around when they passed away with dignity in housing. And I, in turn, sometimes flourished and sometimes struggled with the weight of this work. And one man who will forever serve as my touchstone when I need to remember why I'm still at this. There's one man that sticks right here. He was unsheltered, he was addicted to alcohol and a combination of drugs called a speedball. Speedball, if you don't know, is a combination, or at least at that time, it might be a little bit different now, is a combination of cocaine and heroin. He was considered by a lot of people in our system as unhelpable. He refused offers of help time and time again, instead opting for blankets when we offered them or a gift card to McDonald's, and we were sure that he was going to die outside. That is, until he didn't refuse anymore. One day, he decided to accept help. We paid for him to go into medical rehab that day. The day that he said he wanted help from us was the day that we responded. We got him into medical rehab that day, and over time, a couple of years with the regular, usual battles and setbacks, over time he reconnected with his kids. He found a job that he enjoyed, and he got into housing. And one day, I didn't need to subsidize his rent anymore because he was thriving on his own terms. And that is the power of low barrier work. It's the power of being able to respond to someone's needs and to support them in reaching their goals. It is the power of safe and affordable housing and services. I could go on. I could talk about the mom in active labor. We thought she was going to have that baby right there. In active labor, who refused to leave our intake facility for the hospital until she was done signing her lease because she did not want to bring that baby back from the hospital to a shelter bed. I could talk about the older woman living in a tent outside of Union Station who, after stabilizing her through a 72-hour hold during a snowstorm, we realized had worked as an incredibly talented seamstress for most of her adult life. The back Social Security owed to her was enough for us to help her buy a small apartment of her own where she lived until she passed away many years later. That is the stuff I wish was in my bio. But that seems a little bit too unconventional for the world we live in right now, except in this audience. I think that you all likely feel the same as I do about what matters, right? So you've heard a little bit about me and what drives me, so I want to learn a little bit about you. I don't know if any of you have ever seen me speak before, but I tend to start with a roll call so we can see who's in the room for the day. So if you feel comfortable, and since it's morning and we need some energy, I'm going to ask you to clap in response to the questions I'm about to ask you if they apply to you. And I encourage you to look around this room to see how many people in this room have similar experiences or knowledge as you. So let's warm up with an easy one. How many of you are native New Yorkers? That's a lot. Do we have any frontline staff in the room? Good way to represent frontline staff, thank you. Do we have any folks with lived experience of homelessness or housing instability? How about government, state or local government staff? How about organizational managers or senior leaders? Okay, so this is my favorite question, and it's the last question, and instead of clapping, I want you to raise your hands. So take a good look around for this one because it's always surprising. How many of you have been doing this work, housing and homelessness, for at least 5 years? Raise your hands. How about 10 years? How about 20 years? How about 30 years? Ah, there's a few of us, 30 years. There's a lot of us here who have been doing this work for a long time, obviously, and are still committed to helping our fellow human beings get rehoused every single day when we wake up. And some folks in this room are more newly called to this work, but we have all faced challenges that come with the territory of serving marginalized people who are traumatized by housing instability and homelessness. And when I was invited to speak with you today, I was asked to talk about how the housing crisis is breaking the homelessness response system. And honestly, it's easy to see why. It rings true. Because these days, all of those stories that I just told you about the man addicted to speedballs and the mom signing her lease in active labor and the older lady who's back SSI helped us buy her an apartment might not have the same endings because rents are sky high and the idea of buying an apartment with a back payment of SSI seems a bit ridiculous in today's world. But I'm going to turn the premise that I was asked to talk about today around just a little bit. I'm going to talk about why we can change the way we think about our work to anchor solutions, to fight for abundant housing, and to fight for housing justice. Because without those things, we do not end homelessness in this country. And because while we need to know the facts we are dealing with every day, we also have to connect to the shared aspirations we have as a community to solve this problem. So before we get into where we want to go as a field, let's go ahead and start with the facts. The fact is that in 2024, we saw a nationwide increase in the number of people experiencing homelessness at a single point in time of 18%. The year before that, we saw a 12% increase. The fact is that increase means 771,000 people, the highest number since we began reporting that data to HUD, are sleeping on our streets and in our shelters every single night. The fact is that in 2024, we saw increases reported across all populations and subpopulations of people experiencing homelessness except one. Do you know which one?
Veterans.
Thank you. Veterans. And the fact is that that decrease in the number of veterans experiencing homelessness is not by accident. For years, we have seen investments in ending veteran homelessness much closer to the scale of need as compared to others. We have bipartisan leadership on ending veteran homelessness, and we have strong program and policy in this area, including programs run by people in this room. The fact is that the difference between incomes and the cost of housing is growing each and every year. The fact is that when people in community on average pay more than 32% of their income towards rent, homelessness increases more and more rapidly. And the fact is that 22.6 million renter households do spend more than 30% of their income on rent and utilities. That is a big potential pipeline into housing stability and homelessness. The fact is that HUD's rental assistance programs only reach about a quarter of eligible households, leaving most people who are rent burdened behind. The fact is that we are short more than 7 million units of housing that is affordable to households with the lowest incomes nationwide. The fact is that after the expiration of the COVID-era emergency rental assistance program, we have no permanently funded federal program at scale to address the needs of people who could stay in their housing through eviction prevention. And lastly, the fact is that in 2023, on average, 19,000 people per week became homeless for the first time, largely due to all of the things that I just described. And when that many people are coming into a system that is not resourced for this level of inflow, and the lack of subsidies and affordable units makes it harder than ever to get people out of the system gets stuck no matter how hard frontline staff are working or how wisely they're using their resources. The affordable housing and homelessness crises are inextricably linked, and that is also a fact. Whether it's 771,000 people or 7 million people or the one family that you have in front of you on any given day, this situation that I just described shouldn't be acceptable to anyone. I know it's not acceptable to anyone who's sitting in this room today, and that is why we have to fight for what we know people need. So I come back to the question I posed earlier. Rather than focusing on the differences between the homelessness and affordable housing sectors and related crises, I would challenge us to instead think about how we can change the way we talk and go about our work to anchor solutions like housing and services, to fight for abundant housing for everyone together. Because when everyone in a community has access to safe and affordable housing and the services and care that they need, the community as a whole is safer, stronger, and more resilient during hard times. And that feels like something most people can get behind, whether they know anything about homelessness or not. Now is the moment to band together because homelessness and housing is on everyone's radar. They see people living on the street in their community, and it cannot be ignored. Affordable housing is a topic of conversation in kitchens and at barbecues and in state houses and in mayor's offices all across this country. And right now, we have an opportunity to harness the nation's attention about homelessness, about housing instability, about economic and systemic inequities into something positive and powerful that will move us towards the future that we all want. And right now, we have an opportunity to create a bigger tent, to create new partnerships and to expand our network of advocates and sectors who care about this mission and who see it as their mission too. I know that a lot of us feel right now, today, like it's the opposition's moment. And I suspect that we'll see some really hard things in the president's budget in the next few days when it comes out. We expect a skinny budget this week or next, and then a more full budget in May. It feels like the opposition is gaining momentum on bad policies and cuts to programs that will make the lives of those who we serve much, much harder. But I'm here to tell you this. I don't think it's their moment. I think we have to remember who we are, what our values are, and why we're in this work. And, you know, I'm not like Catholic. I'm a little bit like of a recovering Catholic. Just saying that out loud here. But the passing of Pope Francis last week made me think about a story that's helped me to remember how to lead, even in those moments where we feel like it's the opposition's time. I'm Latina, so when I talk about my family, I'm going to talk about my tío. That's my uncle, for those of you who don't speak Spanish. My tío Mario was a Catholic priest, serving in an order dedicated to education. He spent most of his life working to ensure that kids all over Latin America had access to education, including working in some of the remotest and poorest regions of the world. He touched a lot of people with his generous spirit, and as an adult, I have felt sort of a kinship with him beyond our familial bond because of the mission-oriented work that we both shared. And he passed away last year. At his funeral, people came from around the world to honor him. And as I watched people pour into the church for his service, I felt the community's love and respect for him. And during the service, the head of his order, who flew in from Rome for this, for my uncle's funeral, told a story about when the Pope, not Pope Francis, some other Pope, when the Pope told my uncle's order that the schools that they had worked so hard to support had to be closed. It was devastating news. It was devastating to my uncle. It was devastating to his brothers. But my tío and the brothers kept fighting and working towards their goals. They continued to approach their mission with determination and joy and love. And although it took some years and a lot of effort, eventually those schools were reestablished and their work got back on track. And the head of his order went on to say that he learned 3 important things from my uncle during that time that he carries with him and that the story that he told illustrates. The first is we must always stay united. The second is to never lose your joy. And the third is to keep fighting for what you believe, even through the hardest of times. We can do the same in the face of challenging circumstances. Sometimes it takes time. Sometimes there are bumps in the road. Sometimes the bumps feel like mountains. But if we stay united, don't lose our joy, and keep fighting for what we believe, we do, in fact, make progress. Do folks here know the term glimmer? Have you all used the term glimmer? Okay. No. Okay. So a glimmer is sort of the opposite of a trigger. It's an intentional way to ground ourselves in the positive when it's really easy to get lost in the negative. And at the Alliance, we actually keep a running glimmer report on our Slack channel. And I just want to share a few today because I want to be clear that good work and progress are happening in communities across the nation. Adolfo did one of them, the expansion of supportive housing here, right here in New York City. Huge glimmer. Congratulations, everybody. In recent weeks, the city of Austin announced a $2.2 million program available for homelessness prevention. And I know that in New York City terms, $2.2 million is like meh, but in Austin terms, $2.2 million is a lot of money. And they decided to put some of their efforts, their local dollars, into homelessness prevention. Saginaw, Michigan saw a 6% decline in homelessness in this year's point in time count. And overall, the state of Michigan is going to report a decline as well. And then over the last couple of weeks, we've seen leaders from all over the country holding rallies to hold our elected leaders accountable for solutions to homelessness. And that's just a few of the long list of glimmers that's in our Slack channel to remind us that when fear leads, we see practices like fining, ticketing, or arresting people to remove them from public view as the prevailing strategy. But when collaboration, love, and respect for the people we serve and work with lead, we see ourselves working together to use the resources we have as effectively as possible and fighting for the additional resources we need. We at the National Alliance to End Homelessness and the leaders in our sector, we feel like we have a responsibility to use the tools we have at our disposal to push for the change our field needs, to educate and challenge policymakers at all levels to take action on what works and to share and shift power. And we do that not just by being clear about our values, about what drives us, but by focusing in key areas of impact. First, we embed lived experience and equity throughout all of our internal and external facing initiatives because we know that if we don't, marginalized people will suffer even greater disproportionality than they do today. Second, the second area is sort of like our bread and butter, policy, practice, and research. This means that we are pursuing a bold, evidence-based policy and legislative agenda to get housing resources and support that you need to serve people experiencing homelessness here in New York City and New York State. The third area is focus on community and movement building, which for us means strategic communications, expanding our direct work with states, and bringing more and more people into our tent, making our mission their mission. And to do all of that, we're intentional about our culture and capacity so we can sustain this work over time. By aligning our work with our values, we can accomplish some really important goals. We can get folks on our side who might be on the fence about supporting the development of more affordable housing in their communities. We can pass legislation and budgets at the state or national or local level that support evidence-based policy, including adding to our affordable housing supply, expanding rental assistance, and preserving the affordable housing stock that we already have. We can learn from and align from other movements and build more cross-sector partnerships because homelessness is an injustice tied to many other injustices. And we can equip communities with the tools they need to implement evidence-based approaches that treat people with dignity and equitable practices to ensure that everyone has a place that they can call home. And we need your partnership to make sure that we're doing everything we can to meet the needs of folks experiencing homelessness and the people who serve them. So please, please, keep supporting evidence-based programs that work in your communities and that act as the foundation of our ability to get folks into housing. Please continue to focus on the equity work that is so important to our progress, and that means partnering with and hiring people who have lived experience of homelessness and housing instability. Please support local and national efforts to combat policies and laws that are grounded in fear rather than love and respect. Work with us to reclaim the narrative about affordable housing and homelessness by talking about this intersection with your staff, your board, your donors, and with your friends and families. And maybe most importantly, with your local leaders, including your members of Congress. And make connections with each other and with us today and in the months to come so that we can do all of this work together. And as I end, I'm going to bring it back to my Dio Mario. Stay united, don't lose your joy, and fight for what you believe in. And if we do that, we can do extraordinary things, even in the face of strong headwinds. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for your time. Thank you to Help USA for putting this incredible event together. And I hope that you all have a great rest of your day.
Thank you, Anne. Your national perspective really drives home what we're experiencing here in New York City is happening everywhere. It emphasized that we need to be working collaboratively across the states and share our best practices and successful strategies and keep pushing for housing reform as we move forward to end homelessness. Our first panel of today is going to drive deeper into the intersection of policies and implementation to bring light in more details of the issues of homelessness. I will now turn it over to our distinguished moderator, Beatrice Delatorre, Chief Philanthropist Officer at Trinity Church, Wall Street.
Great, thank you so much. And good morning, everyone. Buenos dias. We are so thrilled to be here. I am Bea, my name is Bea de la Torre, and I am the Chief Philanthropy Officer at Trinity Church NYC. We really support a lot of groups that are working on the housing and homelessness crisis, including Help USA. And our great work on the housing front is led by Thebia Hiwa, Terry Davis Merchant, and Damiori Almonte, who are all here today. So come and talk to us afterwards if you're interested in learning more about what we do. But more importantly, we really partner with every single person on this panel and their incredible work. Because as Anne so well said, we really need to stay united and work together in order to address the challenges ahead of us. So I want to just quickly introduce them. You have all their information on their bios on your program, but starting right here to my right, we have Vicki Bean, who's the Weinfeld Professor of Law at NYU School of Law and also a Faculty Director at the Furman Center. We have Baba Haum, who is the Senior Vice President of Programs at Enterprise Community Partners. Rafael Sestero, President and CEO of the Community Preservation Corporation. Rachel Fee, the Executive Director of the New York Housing Conference, and Leila Bozorg, the Executive Director of Housing for NYC Office of the Mayor. So today what we're going to talk about in this panel, which is so aptly named The Housing Crisis is the Homelessness Crisis, is where the disconnect is between policy and implementation, and why, even though we know that housing is a solution to homelessness, tonight there's going to be 86,000 people sleeping in a DHS shelter. And when you add other shelter numbers, we know that number is much higher, and on top of that, there's thousands of people that are going to be unhoused, sleeping on the streets of New York. So where is that disconnect? Even though we have so many different programs, so much funding, where are the gaps, and why haven't we been able to solve this issue? So we're going to focus a little bit more on the housing piece, but of course, housing is the solution to homelessness. But we're going to talk about the challenges that it comes from developing affordable housing, from operating affordable housing, some of the political barriers that we need to surpass, the community opposition that we have been seeing sadly increasing in recent years, and the NIMBYism, why getting a voucher doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to be stably housed, and why it takes so long to fill a unit, what's happening there. So we're going to talk about the challenges first, but of course, as Anne very much said, we also have to anchor solutions. So we will transition into also talking about some solutions, some things that we have tried in New York, some things that are have been done in other municipalities that have worked, so that we can really leave with a call to action. And some glimmers. I love that new term. I'm going to use that for moving forward. So with that, I am going to first pose a question to all the panelists and have them go around the room and answer this. And I did want to quickly note that I will leave time at the end for questions from the audience, hopefully like 2 to 3 questions. So my first question to all of you, and we'll start answering going down the line, is housing is a solution to homelessness. It's a very clear mandate. It's very clear. We know what it is. Yet it's been so hard to implement. From your perspective, why do you think that is the case? And what are the main challenges that you're seeing in New York City? Vicki, we will start with you.
So, well, thank you, Bea, and thank you to HELP for organizing this amazing day and hopefully very fruitful and united day. So there are many, many reasons why we don't have enough housing to house our families and households across the United States. The one that I want to focus on is really the regulatory system, right? The regulatory system imposes enormous numbers and complexity in the development of any housing, whether we're talking about just standard zoning and its limits on density, to fees that are charged, to building code requirements. All of those things were very well intentioned. I've worked in government. I have enormous respect for our regulatory agencies, but they add up. And we're in a situation now where it costs much more to build an affordable housing unit than the median cost of housing across the United States, and that's a headline that DOGE is just waiting to tackle, right? And that's something that we've got to bring down those costs, and partly we face a situation where the perfect is the enemy of the good, and yes, all those regulations do good things, but in total, they mean that housing is just too expensive for what people make, right? So we need to bring down the cost of housing, and we need to bring up the incomes of people, and that's a system that we just have to work on. Now, one of the reasons why the regulatory process becomes so costly is because we have a system that gives too many people too many veto points on any new development in their community, right? And we have a situation where the hearings, the process is too long, too complex, too technical. Nobody is satisfied. Nobody comes through the process feeling like, oh yes, they listened to me. Maybe they disagreed, but they listened and we got a better project, right? The people who show up are often people who have a disproportionate interest in, or think they have a disproportionate interest in the question because they are homeowners and they're protecting their investment. They're building upon a system where the most stable form of investment for a family is often their home, and they're doing everything they can, understandably, to protect the value of that home. But it results in a situation where some people, because they have a deed to a house or because they have a lease to an apartment, feel like they can stand in the way of everyone else achieving exactly the same thing, right? And we've got to get away from that system, not for lack of trying. There are all kinds of experiments. I want to really shout out Layla and her work at HPD in building all kinds of new public engagement systems. Nevertheless, we still have systems that just allow too many veto points, so that Elizabeth Street Garden, 12 years later, we're still fighting, right? The Help One project, took way too many years because of political opposition and public participation. So those are key problems that we've got to try to solve.
Thank you, Vicki. And I saw the Charter Commission release a report this morning, so it's going to be really interesting to see what comes out of that, because your points are spot on. Baba, I'll turn it over to you.
Well, thank you, Help USA, for putting together today's conference. I wholeheartedly agree with Vicki's reflection about all the pain points and how we delay development and stymie development from a few people who are, protectionist in nature. But I think our housing strategy is also perspective looking. We're planning for the future. We are thinking right through City of Yes, we're going to have new housing types across the city. We all know that the city's housing strategy hasn't really kept up with the need and the population growth, and so we're behind in terms of the available units. But when we think about homelessness, right, and folks in need today, our housing strategies 5 years, 10 years down the line doesn't address the need today. And that is some of the disconnect. How are we as a city, as a government, as folks in the field to provide resources, thinking about how we address the need today? And today's conference is about the upstream strategy. So I want to focus on some of those challenges about addressing need today, which are operational in nature. We know that there are challenges on the lease-up side, how quickly we match and identify folks who are eligible for housing and get them into their units. And we know there are affordability challenges. What are the resources that people have to pay their rent, whether it's vouchers, whether it's their own individual income, whether it's SSI? All of that also have regulatory components to it. All of that have operational barriers, and it causes delay in getting people housed and matched properly. And Ann also talked about what are the needs for services, right? So from the housing perspective, we're thinking about building units and how affordable those units are, at what income level can an individual or family afford, how can they stay in their units long term, but there are services that should be attached to some families, not all, but some families need more than a voucher. They need the connection to social services. They need the connection to community. They need financial planning. They need to think about beyond today. And so those are some of the gaps within the existing systems and existing programs. And so I'm happy that the housers are here today in a panel discussion that is talking about the interconnection between social services, the human services, and the housing need, and how housing is a solution to homelessness. But we've got to close some of those gaps. We've got to get people into housing faster. We've got to reduce the regulatory processes and barriers. And I commend the City of New York just in the last week and a half for announcing changes to its approval of getting people into housing through the marketing guidelines and some of the waivers that are going to exist over the next year. But we need to take this momentum, this 1 year period, to say, what can we permanently cement to move people into housing much more quickly? From Enterprise's data, normally the average time, it would take about 6 months from a building completing construction into being fully leased up. We're now seeing that 9 months is being added to that time. So you're thinking lease up is taking, in some instances, 14 months for a building which has been built to meet affordability and to serve low-income families. And to the city's credit, they've paired setting aside units for homeless families as part of its plan and meeting housing need. But if we're taking 14 months to lease up, that's 14 months that families are sitting in shelter. That's 14 months that a unit isn't meeting a community or individual's needs. So those operational challenges are a big, big area of focus that I think we all need to pay attention to.
Thank you, Baba. And thank you for bringing up that we need to also focus on upstream solutions, which we will talk about as we move along in the panel. Rafael, I'll turn it to you.
Thanks, Bea, and echo everybody's thanks for Help USA for putting on this day. agree with everything that's been said so far. I think there's two things that I would just add to the conversation. One is that, and I'll focus really on New York City because that's where I've spent most of my 35-year career. But we make it really hard to say yes, and we make it really easy to say no. It's always easier to say no, but we make it easier to say no because of a lot of things that Vicky and Baba talked about, but also because I think we don't have a broad enough conversation, which is why I think this day is so important, about how all of the different housing policies in New York impact the most urgent manifestation of the housing crisis, which is homelessness. And so one of the things that I really want us to focus on a little bit is the fact that a number of policy choices that we have made in the city and at the state level over the course of the last decade or so has left us with an affordable housing stock and a rent-regulated housing stock that is in crisis. It is deeply in crisis, a level of crisis that we haven't seen in 30 years. We have buildings that can't cover their operating expenses. Rent collections are down. And I think we have to understand that to the urgency of the problem, the fastest way to get somebody out of shelter is to get them into existing housing. And if that existing housing in and of itself is in distress, that makes that process a lot harder, and it makes it easier for people to say no and harder to get them to say yes. And so I think we need to really take a holistic look at this. Lots of people talk about, and I talk about a lot too, the fact that we need more housing supply. We need to make it faster and easier to build, and we absolutely need to do all of that because at the end of the day, the vacancy rate in New York City is 1.4%-ish, which is not healthy. But we also need to recognize that we need to think more comprehensively about what the existing buildings that we've invested in. New York City has been, for generations, the leader. The deputy mayor talked about breaking records of new construction. We're building units, right? But we're not getting ahead. And part of the challenge is that we're swimming upstream, and we're not recognizing the needs of the existing housing stock, which makes it much harder for that stock to be a value add to solutions to the homelessness crisis.
Yeah, I was going to say the preservation piece is absolutely crucial to the equation. We cannot build our way out of this. We have to preserve absolutely all of our stock. Rachel, I'll turn it to you.
So we've been thinking a lot about supply side solutions, and I guess some of the disconnect that I've seen, some of it's among our partners, our advocacy partners. I think there is a trend, especially if you are an advocate for ending homelessness, to only support the most affordable subsidized housing. But I think what that offers then is for people that don't want any housing to latch on to this, kind of false narrative of, oh, we're going to reject this new housing because it's not affordable enough. So I've seen in my own neighborhood, that being, used as an excuse to oppose housing, but that really wasn't what my neighbors wanted at all. They didn't want more affordable housing. They wanted to kill the project. And so I think that has been a big disconnect. Last year we led the Yes to Housing Coalition supporting City of Yes housing reforms for our zoning code. And many of our partners in the homelessness space supported that and joined the coalition. But I had some groups tell me, no, we won't join because we only support adding more housing that is 100% affordable for the lowest income renters. And I support that too, but I also know that not every unit that we need in the city of New York needs to be targeted in that way. So I do think building a bigger tent for adding more supply is actually really important. So today my organization released our, I think it's our 4th edition of the New York City Housing Tracker, and we show by council district which communities are saying yes to affordable housing and which are not. And this year we're celebrating council member Banks in District 42 for saying yes to approving more than 1,400 units of affordable housing. Now think about the 51 council districts we have in the city. 20 of those districts said yes to fewer than 50 units. So if every neighborhood isn't doing its part and we're not looking for those opportunities, and each building matters, saying yes to each unit matters. I think we have a real problem of not just addressing our supply goals, but our goals of a more equitable city where you have choices, different housing options in every neighborhood, and we're just not seeing that right now. So when I think of some of those challenges, that's what I'm thinking of. But I also know, like as Vicki and Raphael were pointing, that the cost to build housing is growing more and more, that we also have a set of renters in New York City that are never going to afford market rent, that their income, the disconnect is where market rent is and their income. And so it's so critical, I think, to support rental assistance. So, we've been looking at this, let's add supply, but then let's also have programs that are supporting the lowest income renter to access that supply. So right now, 1 in 4 eligible renters across the US have access to Section 8 rental assistance to help pay their rent. Obviously, a lot of people are left out of that, hugely rent burdened and housing insecure, which we know very well in New York City. But I have to say, the city of New York has really stepped in with city FEPs. I don't think they get credit for the expansion that's actually happened. They're now spending $1.2 billion on the program. It is the 2nd largest rental assistance program in the US after NYCHA Section 8 program. 54,000 households helped. So I think some rule changes are coming out on that today, which a lot of people in this room are not going to like. But I would say that I think that the city of New York, DSS, has avoided a humanitarian crisis by getting those vouchers out over the last few years. So, I just want to say how critical that is. And I think for many partners in this room, we had a big win in Albany with the announcement yesterday of $50 million for a new housing assistance voucher program. It's a drop. Big shout out to WIN, Vocal, Legal Aid. I mean, they were up in Albany every day this session fighting for that, and others. We're really excited to see that, but it's a drop in the bucket compared to the need. So I think a little bit later I'm going to talk about some of the threats facing our rental assistance programs, but I'll just end it there.
And I was going to say with HAVP, huge win. Now we have to fight to make sure that is a much bigger number than what's included in the budget. So that's the next one. But really congrats to everyone that worked on that. I know a lot of people are in the room here. Okay, Leila, I'll turn it over to you.
Great, thank you. So I think a lot of the panelists have hit on many of the key points, but I think kind of a way to summarize what folks are saying is that homelessness has really been a symptom of our very local housing market conditions, and more specifically, I think a series of failures in all the structures and systems, whether those are social systems, political systems, regulatory systems that impact our local housing market conditions. And Vicki hit on the regulatory issues. Some are zoning, some are in our housing maintenance code, some are in our building code, some are in our fire code. I mean, there's just this kind of Kafkaesque layering of regulatory systems that have impacted what we're able to build, where we're able to build, how quickly we're able to build. There's our political systems, our very local land use process that empowers kind of a local voice, and that's not even that's kind of what I'm referring to as member deference. It's not even written in ULURP, it's just a practice that the city council has that empowers a local council member to block a project that has cascading effects across the city. That's a symptom of our political system. We have the costs of what it takes to build and preserve housing, and some of the state policies that have impacted that, as Raphael spoke to. And then for the housing that we do have, we have our own kind of processes and bureaucratic stratification that has made it very difficult to lease up units very quickly. So even though homelessness is very much a national issue, I think the kind of manifestation is very much a symptom of our local conditions and all of our local really failures to solve this problem effectively. I would say optimistically, we also know what works. And I think part of, part of, I think, what hopefully comes out of today and other meetings like this is like really all focusing on rowing in the same direction and advocating for what works. And that often does require a lot of resources. There's no question that addressing this issue is expensive, but it also requires really intense political will to solve these really challenging and hairy problems. I mean, things like City of Yes, we're considering charter revision changes to our land use process. These are politically contentious. They're very difficult to kind of unpack and put back together and require a lot of political will across the spectrum, and a lot of advocacy and a lot of focused advocacy, as Rachel spoke to with the Yes to Housing Coalition, which came out in support of City of Yes, which is focused on the zoning issue. But yeah, I'll just end there. I think that kind of summarizes the mix of things folks have said.
Great, thank you, Leila. And thank you, that was also a really good transition to start talking about some solutions, right? So I'm gonna ask now some targeted questions to each one of you, and feel free to chime in at any point. But Vicky, starting with you. So, you have a perspective where you're seeing what other municipalities are doing across many other geographies, leading the Furman Center and with some of your work. And I know that in New York, sometimes we think that we have all the answers, but we really don't. So, could you tell us about some models that you have seen in other places that have worked in order to address the housing and homelessness crisis?
Sure, thanks. So the Furman Center is tracking all of the land use reforms that are taking place across the country. More than 20 states have done very substantial land use reforms, and those states range from deep blue, California, Washington, Oregon, Massachusetts, et cetera, to deep red, Montana, Arizona, even some in Texas and Florida. So we're seeing enormous progress in all kinds of ways. We're not seeing that in New York State, and we need to see it in New York State, right? So the range of things that are going on across the country is really dramatic. Everything from insisting upon particular numbers of affordable homes or numbers of homes that a municipality has to allow be built. And if it's not allowing that to be built, an ability of the state attorney general to sue the city, and an ability of developers to sue the city that's not keeping up with its goals. That's something that we've talked about in New York City with the framework for housing that the city council passed, and that HPD and DCP are now working to make numbers real, to make metrics, so that we don't have, as Rachel was saying, 20 community districts that can say no thanks to housing, and you have basically 10 who are providing about 70% of all of our new housing. So that's an important thing. Just if you can measure it, if you can say, as the New York Housing Conference's tracker does, hey, these are the community districts that are not stepping up, that are not doing their job, and really target those kinds of community districts, that's an enormous plus. Other things that are going on are massive reforms to minimum parking requirements, which add, as you all who develop know, I mean, when we first passed some parking minimum reforms in New York in 2016, I had developer after developer tell me how many more units they were able to build as a result of not having to build places for cars, right? Surely people are more important than cars, and so that's a major thing. The city is making great progress on that. still more to be done, and more to be done certainly across the state. Another major issue that people are trying to reform, that states are trying to reform and cities, is in the process, right? Limiting the number of hearings, requiring that if a project is turned down, that the decision maker has to issue findings of fact and an explanation based upon objective criteria, not sort of I'll know a good project when I see it kind of criteria, but objective criteria about why it's being denied and what it would take for it to pass muster, right? So those kinds of procedural reforms, eliminating a lot of the vetoes, so restricting, for example, one of the major forms of litigation that stops projects is the environmental impact review of congestion, of traffic congestion, right? So that's not even an art, it's certainly not a science, and it provides lots of grounds for litigation that holds projects up for years and years. Some states are saying that's too loosey-goosey. We're not going to allow suits to challenge environmental impact review on the basis of those kinds of very subjective kinds of criteria. So those are some of the things that places across the United States are doing. Another that I'll just mention, because it's something that's before Albany this year, is allowing lands owned by faith-based organizations, and in some states all nonprofit organizations, to basically be automatically zoned for a particular density, to allow development on those properties by those mission-driven owners. So that's pending before the state legislature and our state legislature, and about 6 states have already passed those kinds of measures. So those are some of the kinds of things that we could be doing.
Thank you, Vicki. And I will say, since I work for a faith-based institution, faith-based organizations really want to address the housing and homelessness crisis, but it just becomes so hard. We are thankfully in a position where it's easier for us because we have resources, we have land, we have funding, but so many others that we work with come to us and they're so overwhelmed with all the regulations ahead of them. So I really hope the Faith-Based Affordable Housing Act passes. So I encourage you all to read more about it if you don't know, and to do anything you can to support it. Okay, so Baba, you talked a little bit about Upstream, and I always say the best way to address homelessness is to make sure it doesn't happen in the first place, right? Prevention and upstream prevention is so absolutely key, and Enterprise Community Partners has been doing some really interesting work around this and launching some innovative programming. So Baba, can you talk a little bit about that and what's worked and what hasn't and what we should be focused on?
Well, thank you, Bea, and Trinity is an important partner in that pilot effort. So we have launched last year a program called Home for Good. And Home for Good, it really seeks to connect folks who are on the brink of an eviction due to rental arrears with services faster. So this model is not waiting for an eviction action to be commenced in order to connect someone with the financial resources to stay in their housing, right? So we know right now that the approach is wait for an eviction action and then maybe you can connect to home base or get a one-shot deal or some other kind of support to stabilize that crisis. But Home for Good really aims to get in front of the crisis. Don't wait for an eviction action, and remove the landlord from the onus of also being a service provider and connecting and understanding how to navigate the various human service systems. And so what the owner does in that program is say, they agree that in lieu of filing a foreclosure action, they're going to connect that tenant who's behind on rent to a third-party service organization, and that third-party service organization works to connect them to home base, rental assistance, or even a voucher if that family is available. And they work long-term with the family, also on financial counseling, thinking long-term about stability. And it's upstream because, again, we're not waiting to that crisis moment of the threat of losing your housing to connect folks to services. What we've seen so far, there are over 400 families that have been enrolled since the program's inception. over $1 million recouped in rental arrears, and we have protected housing. We've allowed folks to stay in their homes, and we think that that is an important contributor to homelessness. We're all working to bring down the numbers, but we also have to worry about the loss. The loss of housing creates homelessness. And so this program is really thinking and driving towards that. And we're really excited about growing it over a 3-year period to support over 2,500 families. And if we can model this right, and the part of the innovation here also, it uses an impact investment model, that the landlord agrees not to start an eviction action, but if we're successful in connecting that tenant to supports and other systems, the landlord pays for the services, right? Pays for the services rendered because those services are cheaper than an eviction action. Those services protect housing. Those services provide stability to community and to the landlord. And so when we talk about the operational challenges that owners and operators face, when you have to evict a tenant, that creates an economic vacancy. You now have to re-rent that unit, whether you're going through the city's processes or going through a private market. That's a window you have lost income. So if we're able to support tenants and connect them, the landlord doesn't suffer that economic vacancy. They get the rental arrears that they're due, and we get tenants on the right track to long-term stability, protect community, and really incentivize housing stability. So that's part of the innovation that we hope to unlock and hopefully maybe take it around the country.
Yeah, it's such a smart model, and the results are looking really promising. So hopefully it is something that could be scaled. Thank you so much, Baba. Rafael, so I'm going to turn it over to you. You know, CPC is involved in so many different deals across the city, across the state. So you sit in a place where you can see things from both a micro and a macro level, and you already brought up that the rent-stable stock is in crisis, right? So what things need to change in order to get to a point where it's just simply not sustainable to operate this very important resource that we have in the affordable housing stock? And yeah, what are the main changes that need to happen?
Thanks, Bea. So just for a little bit of context, at CPC, we have a loan portfolio in New York City alone that is, $1.5 to $2 billion across almost 50,000 housing units. These housing units are all rent stabilized, but they are also substantially subsidized through the various programs that we work together with on the City of New York. So when I talk about the housing stock being in crisis and the impacts, it's not just privately owned rent stabilized stock. It's the housing stock that's owned by many of the people that are in this room, nonprofit owners, mission-driven owners who are developing and preserving affordable housing in conjunction with the City of New York. And what the data in our loan portfolio shows is truly alarming. Operating expenses have gone up between 6 and 10% per year over the last 5 years. Rents are not going up to keep pace with that. Rent collections, since COVID, there was a significant dip in rent collections during COVID. It came back up a little bit, but it has not gotten anywhere near the rent collection levels pre-COVID. Where pre-COVID, and for most of my entire career in New York City, rent collections were around 97, 98% across the entire industry, meaning we were collecting 97, 98% of the rent on the portfolio. Today in our portfolio, rent collections are hovering at 91, 92%. That's a significant drop in income. So not only are rents not keeping pace, but rent collections have come down. So what does all of that mean? It means we have significant distress in our portfolio for the first time in our 50-year history. Prior to now, our delinquencies in our portfolio were less than 1%. Today, our delinquency rate in our loan portfolio is right around 3%. Again, may not sound like a big number, but it's triple or more than triple what it used to be. Enforcement actions are way up, meaning foreclosure actions are going up on the underlying loans in the buildings and the number of loans we have that can't cover the basic expenses and loan, the loan payments are going up. So across the board, right, we're seeing all levels of distress in the entirety of our portfolio. And I say all of that because for me, this is, when you think about the housing system that we have here in New York City, this is an alarming set of trends. There's been an enormous investment on behalf of the city of New York over the course of the last decade in stemming the economic distress that happened in our public housing stock over multiple different generations. And what we're seeing right now is the beginnings of a similar challenge in the affordable housing stock citywide. So, what are the solutions? I don't know that I have any great ones. And I will preface my remarks around solutions by saying that they are probably going to be both unpopular and probably unrealistic. But to me, the math leads you to two very simple things that are both unpopular and unrealistic. One is the changes to the rent regulation system that happened in 2019 have severely limited the ability of our housing stock to be sustainable. We have to allow rents to increase. There's no other option. We cannot continue to just expect that this problem will go away and expenses will come down and buildings will somehow figure it out. That isn't going to happen. But we also can't just let rents go up and not have another side of the equation, which to me is what a number of people have talked about on this panel. And again, agree with Rachel completely. Kudos to the city of New York for stepping up in a major way around rental assistance. But we have to begin to be more aggressive about understanding that many tenants are going, residents in our buildings are going to need rental assistance support. We have very large rental assistance programs in the city of New York, but they're too hard to use, right? I know people are working on this issue, and again, I'm not suggesting that we're not working on ways to make it easier. Baba talked about what Enterprise is doing. You know, I know that the city is working hard to make it easier, but the reality is it's too hard to get qualified, takes too long to get qualified for rental assistance if you're a resident, and it's too hard to use if you're a property owner. And so for me, solutions around how do we start to impact this problem revolve around a similar theme you've heard on the development side, which is breaking down the regulatory structures that we've put in place to protect the public good and make sure that we have more availability, simpler way to use the voucher assistance, and make it easier for people and for owners to say yes to getting in the voucher queue. At the end of the day, we have to understand that the income that comes into the building is what sustains those buildings. I've been doing this for 35 years in New York City. We've seen this movie before. For those of you who are as old as I am, you remember what the 70s and 80s looked like in our housing stock. We can't let that crisis happen again, and we need to start to think about the building stock both as one that is in crisis, but also that is a huge part of the underlying solution for our housing challenges in New York.
Thank you, Rafael. Such an important point. And I just want to say on the rental assistance specifically and the solutions there, I saw Commissioner Park just came in. I really want to shout out her and her team for all the work they're doing on that. And also other models like Anthos Home. I think Laura is here as well. I saw her. So it's good that there's models out there, but I totally agree that it needs to be a lot more than we're even doing now. So with that, Rachel, I'm going to turn it over to you. So there's been so much coming out of Washington. I know that Anne told us to keep our joy. It's sometimes hard to keep the joy when you read the headlines. And you track, the New York Housing Conference tracks so closely everything that's happening at the federal, state, and city level. So focusing more on what's happening on the federal level, Rachel, what keeps you up at night? In terms of the impact to New York City, what are the main challenges? And also, is there any potential opportunity or something good coming out of these crazy headlines?
So if you guys thought Raphael was Debbie Downer, I can take you all to a whole other level.
100%.
No joy.
So, we're not expecting good news from Washington. Anne had mentioned earlier the president's budget is supposed to come out probably this week, possibly next week. And, we're expecting really, really drastic and profound cuts and policy change from the White House. I think the silver lining in that is that I think the proposals will be so drastic and so harmful that Congress will not adopt them, right? And that's the more extreme that budget proposal is, kind of the better advocacy tool it is for us to fighting back and finding champions in Congress that are going to say, no, this goes too far. So, I think in the last Trump term, we saw, eliminate the home program, eliminate CDBG, eliminate public housing capital, and assistance to mixed status households in HUD-assisted programs. I think this time we'll see time limits on assistance. Can you imagine time limits on assistance in New York City? Where would somebody go in public housing or with a Section 8 voucher if, they're expected to increase their income, 5 times what they're earning now to reach market rent. So time limits definitely is one that keeps me up at night. And it's one we're going to have to really advocate around. So we'll see exactly what's in the proposal, but that would make me really nervous. But then I think we could see even more profound changes of, there has been discussion of moving some of the main HUD programs, pushing it back to the states, right? And so, I don't want to be totally alarmist, but I could tell you what we've already seen to give you a sense of how important the federal housing programs are to New York and, what cuts can look like. So we have 1 million HUD-assisted, 1 million New Yorkers are in HUD-assisted housing right now. In March, the public housing authorities across the country got notice that the emergency housing voucher program, which was, issued in COVID, issued under the Section 8 program to make sure that people were safely housed. At the time, the dangers of congregate housing were, on everybody's mind. And so the idea was we'll issue these emergency housing vouchers, help the most vulnerable renters become stably housed. So the program was funded at $5 billion, 70,000 vouchers issued across the US, 9,400 in New York. In New York City, we have 7,700. So in March, this notice came to the housing agencies saying, we're actually not going to give any more money out on this program, and when this is exhausted, that's it. So some of these vouchers will be ending, maybe the end of this year or by 2026 for sure. So this is going to be a top advocacy issue for us. 7,700 households in New York. That's 16,000 people. 6,600 children, and their average household income is $18,000. So the vouchers were used, and Vicki was at City Hall at the time, trying to use these vouchers to help the most vulnerable households. So a huge number victims of domestic violence, but other special populations people who ended up homeless and then in health and hospitals, right, and moving into permanent housing. So Their average rent is, I think it's about $2,300 a month, and these households with the average income of $18,000 can afford less than $500. So in 1 year's time, I don't know how households are going to, increase income by 400%. It's something we're all going to have to advocate for. And I think a really important point here also is these renters are in, we have 5,700 landlords in the program. Almost half of them in rent stabilized housing, Raphael. And, we are going to need them to advocate too. And for landlords to be forced to evict if the government isn't, tenants can keep paying their share of the rent. If the government isn't paying their share, like we're in a really big problem. So it's something, that I think it really shows what we're dealing with in a new administration in Washington and how severe some of these actions can be. And this issue in particular, we will be fighting for solutions either way. If it's increasing the budget at the federal level, which is going to be really an uphill battle, or pushing the city and state to come in and help. But, that's just one example. But we will know more. We'll be posting summaries of the policy change being proposed on our website, and also New York impact, both for the city and the state. So you can look out for that.
Thank you, Rachel. Yeah, Rafael.
Can I just make one comment? I think one of the reasons I said that some of my solutions are not realistic is because one of the things that we all should be keeping our eye on are cuts to other programs that are going to severely impact state and local government budgets. And so it's great that our city and our state are putting up money for rental assistance and other things, but when that budget comes, if the cuts are passed to things like Medicaid, then you're going to have drastic impacts on state and local government budgets, which could affect our ability to continue to get the levels of funding that we're getting from city and state government.
Yeah, I'll actually add to that. It's not just cuts to other programs, it's also cuts to programs that impact a resident's ability to afford and pay their own rent, right? Whether it's cuts to SNAP, cuts or the non-existence of childcare, the issues around why good paying, good wage jobs are so hard to find and sustain and keep. There's this whole ecosystem of issues that is impacting affordability and impacting someone's ability to pay rent. And so our solutions cannot just be housing solutions as well. We really have to, I think, in this era, focus on kind of cross-sector advocacy as well to really think about, our rental assistance, of course, we know works. We also know it's very expensive. We know it's being threatened right now. It's great the state has stepped up recently with HAVP, but in the absence of being able to fill this gap with just rental assistance, we have to be thinking cross-sector about the other ways to make people be able to support people to be able to pay rent. In addition to obviously all the structural things we've been talking about, which are efforts to bring rent down by increasing the supply. So there's this whole kind of ecosystem that where housing is a piece of, and our housing toolkit is a piece of, but is not the only part of.
And I think it also puts more emphasis on do everything we can to break down these regulatory barriers, like Vicki was saying, right? Like, Charter Commission report is out today. You can still submit testimony supporting changes to ULURP. You can go to our website and see what we propose, but very, similar to the Charter Commission's report of, how we can make it easier to build housing. Last week, the city changed their policy for Housing Connect on re-rentals. Like, it's just a really practical solution to break down a barrier, break down some of the red tape, and get people into housing more quickly. So I think we have to be looking for more of those opportunities, and we need our government partners, to be helping there too.
I just want to add one thing in terms of the ecosystem. One of the things that happened here in emergency housing vouchers is a really good example. To get new landlords to agree to enter into the program and to rent to those voucher households was a monumental task. Yeah. And here we are 3 years later saying, yeah, we told you it would be there forever, blah, 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 but never mind, and you undermine everybody, you undermine investors' confidence in the system, and that will have long-term consequences. Yeah.
That's a very good point. Okay, well, we will stay tuned, and I'm just gonna say the other two things that Ann told us.
We can't help ourselves.
Stay united and fight for what you believe in. So, right, let's keep at it. Okay.
Sorry, I did, you said opportunity.
Yeah.
We do have a budget resolution happening, with markups for the tax committee just before Labor Day. The whole thing is going to be crazy, but we are pushing for expansion of the low-income housing tax credit. We still have a window of opportunity there, not really clear how it's going to go. There is some support to add this to the tax bill. And the Senate said, cost doesn't matter, so maybe folks in the House will agree with that. We'll see. But that would be a huge win if we could squeak out some changes to LIHTC, and it would allow New York to build more housing, both the city and the state.
Okay, that's great. That's a positive note.
We're aiming for that.
Yeah, aiming for that. But listen, it's really important to hear all the deep challenges we're in. So thank you for bringing all that up. Okay, Leila. So moving on to you. So as the executive director of housing, you oversee the housing agencies, and one of the things that has come up is how long it takes to place somebody in a unit. And when it comes specifically to homeless households, it's sometimes like a trillion barriers to jump and hoops to jump through. So we know that some of the agencies have already made some changes. So if you could talk about those, and then what else is coming in order to really expedite that process.
Yeah, and I'll just couch that in, and I think I've mentioned this, but in the reality that we are kind of at every level of processes when it comes to where housing can be built. Then once you have a site and you know it can be built, how that housing can be built, when it comes to then getting to TCO, which is part of how it gets built, when it comes to lottery and lease up, and then when it comes to homeless placements, we have kind of groups of people looking at each of these and ideas that we're executing on at kind of each layer of these procedures. And that's part of the challenge, right, is that it's not just any one process or any one regulation that is the challenge. It's this whole kind of set of policies and procedures that impact where housing gets built, what gets built, and then someone's ability to access that housing. So on the lottery and lease up last week, HPD released updates to marketing handbook and guidelines, as well as Rachel mentioned, updates to how re-rentals will happen. This has really been actually a 2-year effort within the agency, following a lot of feedback from the industry and our partners that we just have to be doing more and better to figure out how to get people into housing faster. And of course, there's always this balance, right? And I just want to be very honest about the fact that we as a city have at times sometimes overcorrected on things, but it comes from a place of, where the city's been sued a number of times, or where we're party to a suit that someone has not been fairly given access to a housing unit. So there's real kind of fairness and equity roots at some of the regulations that have been developed over time. That's not to say they're all the right regulations. There are times when government overcorrects, but there's this real balance that we have to do in making sure someone has very fair and equal access through the lottery to housing, plus efficiency and speed, right? And we do have a 1.4% vacancy rate. The numbers Baba shared about how long it takes to lease up, there's no one that accepts that in city government. I think everyone really is working hard to figure out how do we make sure we move as fast as we can and stay kind of as fair as we can. That's the kind of balancing act that we're doing. So there's some of the changes, for example, are reducing paperwork requirements for households that have vouchers, kind of reducing the kind of proof of income that's required. HOTMA also allowed income qualification from other federal programs to be used as qualifying documentation. We have on homeless placement specifically this working group between HPD, DSS, the deputy mayors, where every month we look at exactly how many homeless placements. I'm not kidding. I mean, we look at it every week, essentially. The staff looks at it every month. We're all sitting there looking at how many units have come in that are available for homeless placements, how many folks have been leased up, how many days is it taking at each step of the process. I mean, that's the kind of harebrained work it takes to make sure that everyone's moving in the same direction. We've added staff to DSS and HPD to move these faster as well. But all of this is an iterative process. I mean, as just a result of some of the work over the past couple of years, HPD's been able to double the weekly placements just in a 2-year period. That's a really great work, and we still know it's not enough. But so we're in this pattern of needing to constantly take feedback, constantly make improvements, but what's great is that improvements have been being made, and there are real results, but it takes that level of attention, it takes resources, and it takes that constant iterative feedback from the industry of where else can we release a lever, and then we have to do the work of balancing that with other kind of fairness and equity issues that come up when you try to move fast.
Thank you, Leila. It's really encouraging to hear there's positive movement there, even though a recognition that there's a lot more to be done. Yeah. So thank you. So we have time for 1 or 2 questions from the audience. So I'm just going to open it up to see who has a question. And Samantha's walking around with a microphone. Okay, great.
Hi everyone, my name is Noah Shaheen. I'm the Senior Program Director at Lenox Hill Neighborhood House. I oversee both the supportive housing program and our women's shelter. I had a question regarding the Home for Good program. So I think like it was mentioned for family, does this mean that the program is also eligible for single adults? And also for like a supportive housing like mine is not a transitional, it's like a permanent supportive housing, which mean a lot of our tenants do pay like their share of rent, like 30%. And unfortunately, in the last like year, I would say 2 of our tenants were evicted because of a non-payment court case, because they were just accumulating rental arrears for years. So I wanted to know if they would also qualify for the Home for Good program, because their one-shot deal will just denied over and over again.
So Home for Good is open to single individuals, not just families, as that was your first question. And the way that the program works, it's an owner who is signing up their portfolio. So it's not open to individuals or individual units. So what we're trying to do is maximize the resources across portfolios as a way of, again, because it is an incentive-based program where the owner is paying for the services that they're able to connect their tenants to. So right now, owners sign up to participate and submit their portfolio to the program, and it is open up to singles and families.
Thank you for your question. Any other questions? Yeah, sure. So what should be, when we all leave this room today, what should we be thinking about and focus on, and what is our action step?
I'll jump in. I think our key action step is to unite across all of the homelessness housing, but also, as I mentioned earlier, the affordability problem is housing costs are too high and incomes are too low, and we need to join with people who are trying to bring incomes up. Yeah. And trying to get people into better jobs, because way too many, as you all know, of our homeless families are working families, but today's wages do not pay the rent. So we need to try to bring housing costs down, and we need to try to bring incomes up. And that's a chance to unite across a broader set of people, but certainly within our own community, as Rachel was saying, we shouldn't be fighting about, whether it has to be 100% affordable, whether it has to be this kind of perfect. We should be uniting to stave off the kinds of cuts that we're seeing threatened.
I agree that we need the sectors and the full ecosystem to be working together more closely. And I think the charge to this room is we don't have all of the solutions. You know, Raphael said he has an unpopular idea that may be costly or difficult. So we need you all to be helping identify what are the solutions that should be on the table. Like we're you know, the city has ideas, individual organizations have ideas. We're always looking for ways of how do we unlock housing, whether that is through new supply or getting it to those needy families more quickly, right? How do we address homelessness? How do we prevent homelessness? How do we work upstream? And then finally, I think the charge is not just getting people into housing, but how do we support people to be stably housed over the long term, over the trajectory of the lifespan in which they need support, because it is not just in the moment, and I think sometimes we think just in the moment. So thinking over the long term about what we need to get people into housing, what we need to stabilize them, and what we need to do to support them in the long term.
Anyone else, any other action steps?
So I mentioned this earlier, but I think it's important to send written testimony to the Charter Commission. We have two proposals that we're pushing for: a fast track for affordable housing and putting some teeth on the City Council's fair housing framework. So you can see our testimony on our website. You can also look at the staff report from the commission today. And you know, I think the more groups they're hearing from, the better to really land in a place with some change. We also have resources under federal advocacy on our website. We have a housing snapshot for each congressional district showing exactly what kind of support we have for HUD-assisted households and how the low-income housing tax credit has been impactful. So please reach out to your member of Congress after this Trump budget drops and tell them what you think of it.
Yes, please.
Yes, please definitely do that. I'll just add, and I think it's kind of hitting on what Rachel's talking about. I really think that we're in this era where civic and social engagement has kind of really dropped off, and we all feel helpless, and we're in our phones. But I think we have to remember, at least in New York, and I'm sure elsewhere as well, who we vote for matters incredibly to our housing market conditions. Partly because of our political system for how housing gets built, but also the entire system of the types of policies that will or will not make our city more affordable. And so the Charter Revision Commission is looking at one set of ideas within the political context we have, but I think it's really important to not kind of feel, not give up on this idea that who we vote for matters and how we engage with our local elected officials matters, because in New York it matters intensely. If they hear from you, they know it matters from you. It matters for you, and that is still very much the case as it has been for a long time in our political system. So I think just staying engaged and not giving up and feeling like the advocacy doesn't matter, because it really truly does for our housing market.
And tomorrow morning at 10 a.m., we're co-hosting a mayoral forum on housing and homelessness with Furman Center, who's actually done all the work because they've been amazing. But you can, it's sold out, but you can join the live stream. And I think really like seeing how candidates are talking about the issue and like digging in and hearing their responses. Does it make sense to you? Is it what you're looking for? I think it'll be really informative.
Yeah.
Who's there and who's not there?
Exactly.
Just saying.
That's going to be really telling. So I'll just add that in challenging moments, also being in community is really important. And I know that sounds really touchy-feely, but it's so important to know that you're not alone, that you're with other people that are fighting the same fight as you, and really to find that humanity in everything that we're facing. So I would also say tap into this incredible community that we have here. Everyone here is so committed to addressing the needs of so many people and fix the system so that no one else has to face homelessness and housing insecurity. So do that. And with that, I will say, please join me in really thanking this fantastic panel that we've had today. Thank you all so much for your time.
Thank you, Dana. Great job.
And thank you all. Hope you all have a wonderful rest of the day.
What amazing panel and moderator. We are going to take a 15-minute break. If you guys can come back and in your seats at 11:15, we will greatly appreciate that. quick break.
Okay, guys, thank you so much. It's time for us to get started again. Please take your seats. We're moving from broad issues of policy. We will now focus on the realities at a practice level of finding housing for people experiencing homelessness and keeping them stably housed. To lead this conversation, please welcome moderator Sham Manglik, Senior Program Officer, Housing Adults and Household Supports at Robin Hood.
Hi everyone, thanks so much for joining us today, and thanks so much to Help USA for hosting this panel. Help USA has been an amazing thought partner and partner in practice to Robin Hood over the years. Is this mic working?
Speaking to you.
Yeah. Yeah, Help USA has been an incredible partner to Robin Hood over the years, both as a thought partner and a partner in practice, so just incredibly happy to be here. We have an exceptional panel of experts today who are practitioners and have lived experience in the shelter and supportive housing system. You have their bios in front of you, so I'm not going to do detailed introductions, but just going down the list, we have Molly Park, Commissioner of the Department of Social Services, Kenny Burgo, CEO of the New York Apartment Association, Mark Hurwitz, principal of Mark Hurwitz Consulting LLC, Natalia Donahue, Family Services at Help USA, and Mr. Hardin, who's a resident of Help USA Supportive Housing. So the previous panel touched on this a bit, but there are about 86,000 households in New York City shelters run by the Department of Homeless Services. But just really want to highlight how incredibly lucky we are in New York City to have the City FEPS program. It's an incredibly powerful tool to move households out of shelter and into permanent housing. Last year, about 16,000 people moved into housing with a City FEPS voucher. So panelists today are going to discuss creative approaches that are being successfully implemented to facilitate and speed up these placements, and also provide some ideas on what could be done better to even improve this progress. So in the first half of this panel, we're going to focus on City FEPS, then we'll move to supportive housing. I'm going to be asking targeted questions to the panelists, but please just chime in. We really want it to be a conversation. So Commissioner Park, let's start with you. Can you set the stage for us? What does the landscape look like for households who are looking to exit shelter? What tools does the city have, and what's being done to keep people out of shelter to begin with?
Great. Thanks so much for having me and for the question. So let me start with just some basic data on what we are doing and on the City FEPS program. Connecting people who are experiencing homelessness to permanent housing is an enormous priority for me and for the agency, and we have been very, very focused on it. And you can see that commitment in our numbers. So in calendar year 24, as was just mentioned, we moved about 16,500 households out of shelter into subsidized housing, right? So that doesn't include moves to, when people went back to live with family or something like that. That was a 38% increase over calendar year 23, which was itself an increase, and so on. City FEPS is overwhelmingly the tool that we use to help households exit shelter. We've got about 54,000 households receiving City FEPS right now. We are the largest rental subsidy program in the country, except for NYCHA's Section 8 program, right? So every other Section 8 program in the country, Los Angeles, Chicago, other very big places are smaller than City FEPS. And City FEPS, I just want to make it very clear, is a 100% city tax levy funded program, right? So the city is really committed to this work. It's incredibly important. We would be in much worse shape without City FEPS, but it's also very challenging. A few years ago, we were spending about $250 $30 million a year, and this year we're on track for about $1.2 billion. So it's a very significant program for the city. The way we've been able to increase it is a very deliberate strategy that encompasses many dozens of small projects, right? It's the 30% increase is the number that we shout from the rooftops, but it is really a reflection of incredible incrementalism and hard work by the folks on the ground. So we have a 4-pronged strategy that we're using to improve our shelter exits. One is really getting subsidies into the hands of everybody who is eligible for them, right? So for city FEPs, for example, that means you have to be on cash assistance if you're eligible for cash assistance. So really making sure that we're working with shelter providers to do that eligibility screening and to get people through the process for everybody. And you know, this is something where we're literally, you know, the mountain we're climbing is tenths of a percent, but every 1/10 of a percent that we can do is more people who can be eligible for city FEPs. But we're also working with NYCHA to get Section 8 into people's hands. We have some other subsidy programs, so really making sure that anybody who has a subsidy, you know, who is eligible for a subsidy has it. But subsidy is a necessary part of the equation. It is not, but it's not sufficient. And we have to think about housing supply. So that is the second prong of our strategy. We are not ordinarily thought of as a housing supply agency. We're the Department of Social Services, but it's a 1.4% vacancy rate. I'm not telling this room anything they don't know. If we don't think about where people are going to go, they aren't going to move. So there are a few things that we have done and are doing in that space. City FEPs can now be used anywhere in the state. That is obviously not actively adding to supply, but it is increasing the universe of units that are available for people experiencing homelessness in our shelters. And then we actually are adding to supply. So we have created a program called the Affordable Housing Services Program, which is essentially a project-based version of city FEPs. So not-for-profits can apply, get a contract. It is a 30-year contract that includes city FEPs rents, maintenance and operations, some maintenance and operations, and some light touch social services. And with that contract, not-for-profits have been able to acquire buildings, and those buildings are then used as affordable housing for people coming out of the shelter system for the term of that contract, so 30 years. I see some friends in the room who have done these or are doing these, and we're really excited about that initiative. The third piece of our strategy is increasing the number and quality of city FEPs packages that are coming into the agency. We have to do some level of process and screening, right? And we absolutely can and should talk about what the appropriate level of process and screening is, but it's not going to be zero. We, for example, look at the deed on an apartment before somebody can move in. We do that because people have scammed us in the past and represented themselves as landlords when they are not in fact the landlords, right? Like, I have to balance being a good steward of city resources in addition to getting people out into housing quickly. So how do we make sure that those packages are accurate and high quality from the get-go? I think this is a place where there is still an enormous amount of work to do. The vast majority of packages that we do get returned back to shelter providers for updating. I think some of that is an education and support question, and some of it is, are we doing things in a way that sort of actually intrinsically doesn't make sense, and we need to do it differently so that people don't make as many mistakes. So we're really spending a lot of time thinking about that. But we have done a lot of training. We created a City FEPS boot camp, right? An in-person training where city housing, shelter housing specialists can come and really get trained on that. We have what we call our concierge team, where we are sending DHS staff out to work with some of the lower performing, in this particular aspect of performance, lower performing shelters, right, helping them to learn the process and build the skills so that they can do it on their own. So, and then the fourth prong of our initiative is really making sure that we as an agency are doing everything that we can that we are making our own operations run efficiently. So that can be, dropping paperwork that we have decided isn't necessary. We've gone from, 17 attachments to 12 on the City FEPS package, making things last longer before they're stale. We have an end-to-end subsidy processing system that is out to virtually all shelters at this point, and we're now engaging landlords as well. One of the things that we changed, this is, I think, a very good example of, where incrementalism contributes to really big change. A piece of our process we called clearance. It was looking at the administrative records associated with a unit, right? Does the building have violations? Who owns it? All of these things. Our staff were doing it manually, so they would go to HPD and look up the violations, and then they would go to DOB and look up the violations, and it took forever. And if you failed one piece on the 12-step process, you went all the way back to the beginning, and it was crazy. The number of on-the-ground housing specialists who told me that this was their pain point was staggering, because it is such a nitty-gritty piece of the process. And so we've automated that, and it's being done in now about 24 hours. So we have to make sure that our own house is in shape as well. So we do see, I think, results from all of these things. I mentioned the big uptick in movements. On average, fully acknowledge that there's variation around that average, but on average it's about 3 weeks from the point in time that we receive to the package until a household is able to move out. There's absolutely still work to do. Running through these 4 prongs is something that I actually was supposed to do this afternoon, but we're moving the time because we're running late. But it's something that we're still very focused on as an agency. Just to put a little bit more on sort of current landscape, I cannot stress enough the role that supply plays in helping, and housing supply and housing access in the pace at which people are going to be able to either exit shelter or avoid shelter. Right? There are 11,000 households in DHS shelter right now with a City FEPS shopping letter, which is sort of the start of the process, meaning we've said, we think you meet the preliminary eligibility requirements, go out, find an apartment. So 11,000 households are searching for an apartment with a subsidy and can't find one right now, right? So housing supply is incredibly important. I think some of the zoning changes that came out of City of Yes are going to be really important. There's other things there are things that are happening that I think in the long run will help. And then the last thing before I've talked a lot, I'm sorry, but is that we are as an agency really thinking about diversion and how we can help people avoid coming into shelter in the first place. A data point that I'm just fascinated by and really thinking about how we can mimic this is particularly in the early days of the pandemic, families with children intake plummeted. And it was exactly the opposite of what I thought was going to happen, right? You have families, they're doubled up, and now they're home 24/7, and being close to people is dangerous. I was sure that was going to result in big spikes in demand, and it didn't, in exactly the opposite. And some of that has to do with families coming together in moments of crisis, but I think a lot of it had to do with the emergency federal income supports that made it actually financially viable for people to stay in the living situations in which they were in. So what can we do to support families and individuals before they come into shelter so that they don't need to come into shelter? There's a variety of different things that we're thinking about there. One that I'm really excited about that we're starting this summer on a pilot basis is what we call Project Crib, which is to serve pregnant people who are applying for shelter to try and see if we can avoid having babies born in shelter. We know there's lots of data that supports that early childhood homelessness is associated with a whole slew of adverse impacts. So we're starting a pilot this summer where a set number of households will get City FEPS at the front door. Pregnant people applying for shelters will get City FEPS. Some will get Pathway Home, which is another subsidy that we have for that pays people to stay with friends or family. Some people will come into the shelter system as they would normally do and really look at what we can do to reduce the number of shelter nights used and as I say, hopefully avoid babies being born into homelessness. And we will use those findings to guide policy going forward.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Park. The changes you're implementing are really impressive, and I'm really, in particular, excited about the upstream work. Robin Hood hopes to support some of this in the upcoming year. So, Kenny, I'm going to turn to you. So your organization represents owners of rent-stabilized housing. These owners are key to people actually moving with a voucher into an actual unit. We often hear that the housing inspection process is a pain point for landlords. Can you talk about these challenges and what's being done to make it easier? And in general, what more can be done to support landlords to expand the pie of housing units available to voucher holders?
Sure, thank you. And to set the stage, I'll add, so rent stabilization accounts for about 40% of the rental housing market within New York City. It's 2.3 million rentals, almost 1 million rent stabilized units. So we recognize the significance and importance of us as partners in this housing conversation, and we're proud to do so. There's about 100,000 voucher holders already within rent stabilized units, some of them using Section 8, others using other vouchers like city FEPs. And what you're speaking about is an actual, it's a real problem that we have, and working with the commissioner and partners to certainly fix this, right? I don't want to trivialize it, but inspections matter, right? This is, again, like to use the commissioner's point, this is not saying we shouldn't do any inspections, because that process absolutely matters to make sure people have safe and quality and abundant housing. But what we're seeing in some of our owners is that some of these inspections can fail for some really almost comedic things, if you will. I mean, I've heard of a case of an inspection failing for a cracked outlet plate. And again, that can pose a danger, but this is a 25-cent outlet plate that can be fixed probably in 30 minutes, but unfortunately starts the inspection cycle all over again. There's other parts of the inspection process where the hot water is required to be between is it 121 degrees and 128 degrees, I believe? So it has to fall within that range, and you have one individual inspector going out, and this is not to speak poorly on inspectors, but sometimes if you all live in buildings, hot water can take a few minutes to kind of kick back up, right? So who's to say that hot water didn't need 5 minutes to sort of get to that optimal range? So these are some of those small little pieces, but that can really cause hiccups when you scale it up to a city of this size, when you scale it up to the amount of people who have vouchers, and when you scale it up to the huge crisis of trying to house people in the city of New York.
Great. Commissioner Park, I know the city is doing a lot on inspections. Can you add to that?
Yeah, and I think this is something that we recognize. And so we are taking another look at our inspection standards. We have to have something, right? And there needs to be taking the hot water, right? There needs to be a temperature guidance, because we can't have people say, making their own judgment. And I should take a step back. The way we do inspections for units that are going to be leased with city FEPs, it can be DHS staff. It is more often shelter staff who are doing those inspections, right? So we need to be able to give people a very clear checklist that says this is okay and that's not okay, and there needs to be something. But we hear that what is really truly a health and safety matter and what isn't is something that we should be looking at. So we're engaging with the Department of Buildings and other partner agencies to make sure that should we need to do a refresh of our inspection standards, that is something that we can do. There's I suspect we will never get away from the crazy examples, because since we do have to have a checklist, there's going to always be something that is just outside the bounds of what's okay, but we can minimize that. Something else that we've done during COVID, we started doing virtual inspections. So we have a DHS staff person on one end of FaceTime and like a broker or something like that on the other end of FaceTime. We were doing, and we continued doing that with DHS staff, but we've now made that available for providers as well, so that we're able to do virtual inspections to facilitate that, and hopefully if something does need to be corrected, it's easier to do the follow-up inspection.
Great, thank you so much. Mark, through your consulting practice, you have a great perspective on models that are being successfully used in other parts of the country that are also now being brought to New York. I'm thinking Anthos Home, but maybe there are others. Can you talk a little bit about how those innovations can help address some of the issues that the panelists have already brought up and perhaps others?
Yes, thanks. I will talk about Anthos Home. And like probably most people in this room, I think this is the greatest city in the world. And I think one of the reasons is that we're not afraid to look at innovations from elsewhere and make them part of our city. And that's really the story of Anthos Home, which started across the country in LA, which is now rivaling New York for being the epicenter of homelessness. And they realized about 10 years ago that especially they don't have right to shelter in their playbook. So they really had to tap into the private rental market. And what they decided to do was to create essentially a white glove broker service for homeless people. And it started because if you are a voucher holder, and they didn't have a city FEP, so they were mostly talking about Section 8 vouchers. If you are a voucher holder and you're competing for an apartment, it's kind of like trying to get a job without a resume. And it's illegal in LA. It may not have been 10 years ago, but it's illegal there and here to discriminate against someone because they have a voucher, source of income discrimination. But it's not illegal to discriminate because it's going to take several months of paperwork or because somebody doesn't have references or a credit rating. So that made it really, really rough for people with vouchers to get housing. And so the Department of Public Health, and I think that's really telling, that the Department of Public Health teamed together with a private foundation to create a program, and they put $18 million into it. They put out an RFP, and a group called Brilliant Corners was chosen to run this. It's been around, as I said, 10 years, and they've housed over 14,000 people, and they're up to about 2,500 people a year. And this was brought to New York, in fact, with seed funding from Robinhood, which funds kind of best-in-class nonprofits that are social innovators, by Laura Lazarus, who's here with a couple team members from Anthos, and Leslie Abbey. And they started it up in New York, and in 2 years are doing incredible work. They have partnerships with ACS for high-risk youth coming out of foster care. They're also about to launch work with New York's newly formed social care networks, which has billions of dollars of Medicaid funding and will actually pay for, among other things, housing search. It'll pay for food, it'll pay for transportation for vulnerable people who are on Medicaid managed care. And really, Anthos Home is just singularly focused on helping voucher holders of any kind, and there are, maybe up to 10 different kinds of vouchers in New York, to get into housing and stay into housing. And the way they've done that is to not only focus on the homeless person. The homeless person is where it all starts, but a homeless person cannot get into housing if you don't also understand the landlord's point of view. And so Anthos has a whole team that just goes out, pounds the pavement. Many of the people on the team are former brokers, or they really understand New York landlords and New York real estate, and they have a lot in their toolkit. They'll pay for that outlet cover or more to avoid a month delay in an inspection. They'll really help the landlord understand that the tenant is coming with Anthos Home as a partner. That tenant will really understand what the lease signing means, and will have continuing aftercare to continue to be a good tenant and a good neighbor in the building. they have essentially created a supply pool of housing that meets the demand of the tenants that they're working with. So if they are, as they are right now, a little short on one bedrooms compared to the number of people, voucher holders that have come to them, they'll be looking for one bedrooms. And so that supply pool or housing bank allows someone with a voucher to move in right away because the landlord's already agreed to hold the unit for a voucher holder. And that cuts the time. I love that it's taking 3 weeks, but getting up to that period can take many months. And so they've cut the total time down to several months, which is very impressive considering the amount of bureaucracy that there is. They have been scaling up. Last month, Anthos tenants or prospective tenants viewed 174 apartments. Those probably aren't all going to result in move-ins, but you can get the idea of the scale that's starting to build up with this program. They, as I said earlier, they make sure the tenant is ready, but they also have aftercare. And because of both the tenant readiness and the aftercare and the smart matching to housing, in 2 years they have 100% housing stability rate. The only people who have moved out to better things. So that's a little snapshot of it, and that's all for now.
Yeah, no, that's so great. And Kenny, I know many of your members have worked with Anthos Home, and it's such a key part of their model is the aftercare they provide to landlords. Can you talk a little bit about that experience and what you see as the value add of this type of organization?
Certainly, yeah. Anthos has been a great partner, and I think it's an excellent model, given what we're hearing and sort of the obstacles we have right now when housing in New York City. What I'll say, there's two pieces here, right? One, we're going to continue to harp on because it's just that critically important. It's supply. When you talk about the supply issue, right now we have some of our owners, when an apartment goes online, 5 to 10 voucher holders at minimum, and on top of that, you're probably going to have a line around the corner, which you've probably seen on the internet, of individuals trying to get, especially some really coveted rent-stabilized apartments in certain parts of the city, right? That just speaks to the huge supply issue we have, and when the average rent-stabilized apartment is $1,300 compared to a market rate apartment, which in Manhattan can be upwards of $5,000, the competition becomes incredibly fierce. You layer that in on top of the fact that owners will be using brokers, right? So now there's this other party in this process, and this is where owners sort of lose control, not just of the narrative of the process, where owners are to blame, if you will, for essentially what happens, and they're responsible. It's their unit. But when brokers are having open listings and there's multiple brokers trying to bring people to a certain unit, it's just very hard to control and police what is happening there. So I think what Anthos is doing is certainly helping not only to level that playing field and helping our voucher holders get that timely apartment and move as quick as possible, but again, we as housing providers are more than happy and willing to get anyone in that apartment willing to be housed and make sure, to pay the rent and keep it, in a good condition. This is exactly what we want to have in New York City, but it's about filling these gaps, and I think Anthos does a great job of that.
Thank you so much. So Natalia, I'm going to turn to you. You are working on the front lines with individuals who are seeking housing. Can you tell us a little bit about what the secret sauce is to actually have a stable housing placement and move someone into permanent housing? We've talked about city FEPs. If you could talk about that and other programs that you think are particularly effective or ones that you think need to be improved.
So housing starts at the front door. So particularly for us as a provider, we ensure that all staff works together as a team to best assist our families into getting housing opportunities. If a staff member, whether it's from maintenance or safety staff, case management, if they see anything, any ads about any housing opportunities, they inform our housing team, which our housing team will actually, look into and see if, this apartment is accepting the City for HEPS program or any of the programs that, the client could qualify for. The housing team, basically, they do an intake with our clients, and when they're doing their intake, they're also exploring all the housing options that these clients can qualify for. And while they're doing that, they also are assisting the clients in completing applications, where it's housing applications with Housing Connect, NYCHA, doing a homeless housing application as well, and encouraging clients to apply for many other low-income apartments. They also encourage many of the potential eligible clients that can qualify for a City PEPS voucher to start seeking for apartments, because like Kenny said, there's a competition. So because there's a competition, we can't wait for a client to have a voucher and then start looking for apartments. Our housing specialists are already actively searching for apartments, but at the same time that they're searching for apartments, they're also networking with not just only like staff, but they're networking with the community, networking with brokers, real estate agencies, superintendents, landlords, and even management offices. When our clients are applying for like Housing Connect applications, when they get contacted, our housing specialists, what they do is they outreach the housing agents, and they say, and they advocate for our clients, stating that they can, they could assist them in providing them with, like how the process works and anything that, that is needed for that particular family member or client. At the same time, it's also being clear and transparent as far as how the program works, whether it's with a management company, a broker, a landlord. We have to be clear on how the program works, how long the process takes, and that there could be hiccups. 3 weeks, yes, it takes 3 weeks once it's, once the package has been, submitted, but it could take longer than 3 weeks before putting a package together. So it's continuously informing like our families as far as like how the process works while they're in shelter. We do, during their meetings, during house meetings, and during the duration of, the client's stay in the shelter, they are consistently being informed of how the City for HEPS program works, and that it's not like a 1, 2, 3, and it's not a guarantee that they're gonna get these apartments right away. I also wanna say that, like I said, I think it is a lot of networking that our housing specialists are doing, but it's doing it in a consistent and a professional manner, and always being up to date with any changes that can occur with the program or any programs that the city offers. At the same time, it's also being on top and following up with brokers, with landlords, with managing agencies, and even, like with other providers as far as like what's going on with the client's apartment.
Great. Commissioner Park, I was wondering if you could jump in. You mentioned some changes the city's implemented to improve this experience for housing specialists. Can you talk a little bit more about what those are?
Sure. I think some of this is work we've done, some of it is work that we're doing. We've created an enormous amount of training, done a lot. Hopefully it has worked for your team, but to make sure that we are providing clear guidance on how the process is supposed to go. One of the things that I think we've heard and that we are continuing to work on is that we need to make it simpler and cleaner and have materials that we can use that are just very transparent for somebody who may not have gone through the training or who went through the training 2 years ago, right? So making sure that we have solid checklists, making sure that all of those training materials are readily available and not something that you have to search out. That there is, we've done very basic things. We now have office hours twice a week where shelter staff can call in and get help either with how do I do something conceptually or help me work through an issue on a package. So it's really a combination of making sure that we are giving people the tools that they need to be able to do it on their own, and making our staff as accessible as possible, so that when there are hiccups or unusual circumstances, right? When say we moved 16,500 households into subsidized housing last year. Even if you only have 5% of them that run into issues, that's an awful lot of issues, right? So we need to make sure that we are there and are good partners so that we can work through whatever the boutique hiccup that comes along.
Thank you so much for that. And now we're going to pivot to supportive housing. We've talked a lot about what the journey looks like from shelter to permanent housing on kind of the administrative side. But Mr. Hardin, I really want to turn to you. If you could just walk us through your journey from shelter to supportive housing and kind of what worked, what didn't, that would be amazing. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. The transition from when I was, I've been to like 3 different shelters, and it was really challenging, you know, dealing with, you know, because most people that, you know, that don't have a place to stay, that's homeless, they go through a lot of issues mentally or just being down on your luck. And to find shelter and somewhere to stay and have your privacy and not going through, you know, the things that, you know, that have you down, or concentrate the things that have you down on your luck in life. So it was like one of the best days of my life, you know, to get my own place with Help One and Build to Be, to get with people like Mr. Victor and his staff to help us with, you know, anything that we needed to be done. They're real helpful. So.
Great, thank you. Natalia, can you talk a little bit, what is Mr. Hardin's experience similar to those of the clients you work with, and are there pain points that you wish you could change to make this process and experience faster or better?
So it's definitely listening to our clients and making sure that, you know, we are hearing them on their needs. One of the things that I would say that would help out with the pathway to supportive housing to make it easier for our clients is removing the 1-year homelessness requirement. I say that because it could allow some clients to qualify for supportive housing. At times we have clients with mental health or substance abuse issues who may be able to be placed and suitable for an environment like that, but because they don't meet that homeless requirement of the year, they don't qualify. In addition, we also have clients who have been street homeless, and they could be disqualified because they cannot remember their whereabouts, dates, times. So this is also like an issue that we find when we try to get these clients to qualify for supportive housing.
Thank you. Mark, I see you nodding. I know you have deep experience in the supportive housing space. What would you add in terms of challenges? And I know you've also spoken about how the city's working to optimize the supportive housing stock. So if you could speak to that too, that would be really helpful.
Sure. I think supportive housing is really the single best solution to homelessness. So we've got to make the most of it, and making the most of it comes down to, I think, 3 things. One is if there's a vacant unit, that means somebody's on the street and not in that unit. So we've got to fill vacancies quickly. The second is, the earlier panel just talked about, there's not enough housing. It's a game of musical chairs. So we have to prioritize, and we have to make sure that those units that are vacant go to people who need them the most. Then I think the third thing is stability. You know, we don't want to perpetuate a revolving door by making a poor match or having someone fail. That could actually be traumatic and cause them to not trust maybe next time. Could be a learning experience too. We're not going to have 100% success, but we have to make a good match. And so in terms of prioritizing people, that's why the city has spent, I know, over a decade sort of developing and refining a coordinated intake system called CAPS. And that is controversial, I think, especially among people on the front lines, because it feels a little bureaucratic and controlling. But I'm actually a real fan of it, because otherwise we would have, there's the pitchers and the catchers, and HELP is one of those organizations that, a shelter I think of as, you're working with Mr. Harden in shelter, and you're trying to pitch to a housing provider, and then the housing provider is the catcher who says, yes, we want to fill our unit, but we have our own requirements, and we want to make sure that person pays rent, is a good neighbor, et cetera. And, without CAPS, we would be in the bad old days, which I remember at DHS, which was that you had to be clean and sober for 30 days before you would even be considered for housing. And so there were a lot of people who couldn't get to that, partly because they were in this chaotic environment of shelter, who were stuck in shelter for decades. And that's where the focus, the groundbreaking work on who comes into shelter, the episodic and the chronic focus on chronic homelessness, which is where the one-year thing comes from. So I would say be careful, because CAPS has done a lot, just not only chronicity, because it doesn't make sense. You wouldn't have been there for a year, if you could have moved out quickly. So now you're just sort of building up your time. But they also, looking at functional assessment, they're looking at the frequent use of systems, including the health system, which also can suck dollars that could have been used for housing, the incarceration system. So it's pretty sophisticated. I'm sure it could be improved. One of the things they do is they say to providers, you don't get zero choice, you get 1 in 3. We will refer 3 people. I see some people shaking their heads. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they're not doing that anymore. It's been about a year since I've been involved. But I think there is some room, and I don't know how, but there may be some room to be more flexible about that, because it gets to the point of vacancies. And some providers have 0 vacancies. Some have 10 or 15% or higher vacancies. And that was looked at a couple years ago. And I really have to give credit to Molly and her team, because they drove the vacancy rate in supportive housing down from 9% to, I think, about 4.5%. And I think that represents maybe over 1,500 units of housing. And if there were 1,500 units of new housing built, the mayor and all the CEOs and all the city council people would be there at the ribbon cutting. So we really have to have some kind of equivalent for that kind of great work. And I can tell you from the provider's point of view a little bit about what that work looks like. I worked at Urban Pathways, and our CEO, Fred Shack, said, I want a vacancy report daily, So, and vacancies is a great measure of not only are you filling your units fast, it's actually a mathematical relation between that, how time to fill, and also how many people are leaving. So if you're doing well on stability and on time to fill, you will have a low vacancy rate. And I would say that every CEO or program director, look at your vacancy rate. If it's over 4.5%, you're contributing to the problem. If it's under 4.5%, you're actually helping. I think it could get a lot lower. I don't know if it can get down to the 1.4% of the whole city, but I think it could get down to 4, 3, 2% average in the city, which would be another hundreds of units of housing. The way to do that is to map out the housing journey, both from the unit point of view and the tenant point of view, and to look at the milestones along that, to measure those, and to say, our time to fill is too high because we're getting stuck between point B and point C. Also, most organizations have done this, but if you centralize your housing intake, you will then be more efficient at some of the things like low-income housing tax credit paperwork that probably most of the housing needs. I think, there are some sticking points that anyone who's worked in this knows. When an apartment is sealed, you got to know why. Is it NYPD? Is it surrogate court? You got to come up with some really good ideas about how do you convince that surrogate court that, you've sent 5 registered letters to the next of kin and haven't got back, so that it's really time to unseal that apartment. On the unit journey, the property management team needs they need to feel the pressure to turn that unit over and make those repairs, make sure they have stock of things so they don't have a supply chain problem for that, new refrigerator. On the client side, I think we've got to reduce the no-show rate and act like, my dentist office, there is no way I'm going to forget my appointment. I'm getting 5 texts, they're calling me, when I get there, I'm seen right away by someone who's, got a smile. So I think that both the shelter providers and the housing providers have to work together to reduce the no-show rate and figure out if people are missing interviews, why. And I think the last thing I'll just say about this is that Housing First is now becoming kind of a national issue, and Housing First is vulnerable as an idea because communities are saying, this is scary, I don't get this. Why is someone with an active substance use problem going to be living in that, that building on my block or that vacant lot on my block, and I'm gonna, as we heard earlier, I'm gonna go to a meeting and I'm gonna say no. And I think what we have to do is really look at once someone comes into housing, because we aren't saying you have to be clean and sober for 30 days. A practice called motivational interviewing, which a lot of case managers are trained in, is really about building trust and making it feel, and this is very hard, and sometimes it's not going to happen, but making it feel like if you're a case manager, you're not there to say gotcha. You can talk to me about your using, like literally, what drugs are you using, when, how, and talk to me about why you're not paying rent. And if you don't have that trust, then it gets contentious. It ends up in housing court, and it ends up with evictions, which is exactly the opposite of what we want.
All right. I want to chime in. I want to start with actually a couple of announcements on the supportive housing side that I think are good news. The first and the really big one, which was the mayor announced on Monday, but some of the press coverage was a little bit murky, so I'm going to go into the wonky version of the details here, is a refresh of the 1515 program to reposition it for going forward. So, 1515 was originally conceived of as 7,500 units of scatter site and 7,500 units of congregate. Congregate in this context meaning, buildings that are supportive housing, but individual units. Perhaps not surprisingly, in a city with a 1.4% vacancy rate, the scatter site program was very, very challenging to implement. So we're at a place right now where we've done awarded 19% of the scatter site units, and I think something like 115% of the congregate units. So we are flipping that balance. It's going to be, don't quote me on these exact numbers, but something like a total of 1,600 scatter site units, and the remainder of the 15,000 units will be congregate. So this is a commitment to continue to develop supportive housing well into the future. It's incredibly important. A lot of people in this room worked really hard on getting us to this point. So this is a tremendous announcement that we should be really excited about. The other change, and this has been much more under the radar screen and is much more technical, but I think will resonate with this audience, is that we recently rolled out some changes to 1515 eligibility to count certain amounts of time in either the correction system or hospital towards the definition of chronic homelessness. And and I think both of the previous speakers address this well, right? We have a real challenge, right? Supportive housing is a scarce resource. We do need to make sure that we are getting it to really high needs clients. We do need to find ways that we can prioritize, but we were also seeing instances where people were literally being discharged from the hospital in order to accrue the remaining necessary time for supportive housing eligibility. So we think that the changes that we've made hit the right balance, where we're still focusing on people who have a long experience of either unsheltered or sheltered homelessness, but recognizing the fact that for many people they will be moving across systems, and that we should account for that. And I want to pivot a little bit to talk about the vacancy rate. And thank you, Mark, for the credit. Appreciate it. It's a DSS team effort for sure, along with many colleagues in this room. But we tend to talk about supportive housing as if it is a monolith, right? That all 36,000 units of supportive housing that exist in the city of New York are sort of more or less the same. In fact, they were built and developed over many different regulatory environments, many different funding streams, different agencies have supervisory responsibility, and all of that hugely affects the vacancy rate. And so when you start to peel it apart, if you look at the housing that, when most of us think about supportive housing, we are thinking about the buildings that are getting built right now, either with 1515 subsidy or ESHI subsidy from the state, where people have a unit with, a small unit, but they've got a kitchen and a bathroom, and then there's some beautiful amenity space, and they're paying 30% of their income in rent, and that is what we're doing now. And the vacancy rate on those is essentially churn, right? We don't have a meaningful vacancy rate on those. But then you start to peel back all of these different layers and what you have underneath that. So you have a lot of old SRO units, right? So people don't have their own kitchen and bathroom. They have a kitchen and bathroom down the hall. And it is, you don't necessarily have the same beautiful community space. You have shared units, right? So you are actually in a, it's labeled supportive housing, but it is an apartment, and, we're roommates, but we didn't know each other until last week, and that's really challenging. This is one that is certainly a bit of a bee in my bonnet, but some of the state Office of Mental Health sites, which include some of the shared units and SROs, but the way that the rent structure is tenants are expected to sign over their SSI check and then get an allowance back. So they are effectively paying 70% of their income in rent. It is an entirely rational thing to say, I am going to wait for a studio apartment where I pay 30% of my income in rent, and I don't want that shared unit or that SRO or that unit where I'm going to be paying 70% of their income in rent. Mark talked about making sure that units are a good match, and I think that has, that matching process and reflecting what is a, as I say, completely reasonable set of client preferences is, it is a big piece of the vacancy rate, right? Which is, again, there's always ways that we can look at further tightening, and these are conversations that we're having all the time, but I think it is expecting those shared units, the SRO units, to have the same kind of process flow as what we now think of as a classic supportive housing unit is probably unrealistic. One of the things that was included in the 1515 repositioning is some funding for supportive housing preservation. So I think this may be a place where we can invest in some of these buildings that have been, that need a little love, and where we may be able to improve things going forward.
Great, these are exciting updates and really appreciate the nuance. I think it's time for questions. Does anyone have any? There's one hand up front.
everybody. My name is Monique Mitchell. I'm an executive director at Wanna Help USA Single Adult Female Shelters, and I have a two-part question for you, Ms. Commissioner Park. There's a program called Special Supplemental Assistance Fund, and it pays up to $3,000 in arrears or damages for clients. Will there be any programs introduced to help landlords with needs before clients move in to stop the inspections from failing?
Great question. So, short answer is yes. We are working on something on that. I'm not gonna break news here because because we're. That's a separate program, actually. I'll let you talk about that one. But we at DSS are working on something, actually with our colleagues at Anthos, to think about what some of the repair needs are in apartments. So stay tuned. We should be announcing something very, very soon there. But Kenny, why don't you talk about unlocking doors?
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner. So one of the ways in which the city and property owners have certainly partnered, and I thank the Commissioner for recognizing this housing stock being so incredibly old and falling apart and need a lot of investment, right? Again, rent-stabilized housing tends to be sometimes older than our subway system. These are, walk-ups, these are 100-year-old buildings, they need lots of investment, which is what I've also should have added when you talk about inspections. It's very difficult sometimes to match those inspections just because of the pure age of these buildings. So one of the programs the city has put out in recent years was called Unlocking Doors, which was a $25,000 grant program in order to put some investment into these units to try and get them unlocked. Recently, the city has actually doubled that amount in recognition that the cost is a bit more substantial than $25,000 in a city like New York City. Even by HPD's own cost schedule, I mean, the amount to turn over a unit can be in the thousands, sometimes the hundreds of thousands. And again, we want to be partners here, right? But the math has to make sense, right? We have to sort of make these keys and these locks work together. So I think these are one of these programs that we can build upon and make sure that we're making sure these units come online and we can get tenants placed immediately.
Amazing. Because some of the things I've noticed is that inspections will pass and then 30 days later clients will reach out and say the stove is not working or something is inoperable. And so I also wanted to ask, will there be programs such as aftercare where clients are being checked in with after they moved out just to see where they are and what they need?
So we don't have aftercare for everybody leaving the shelter system. And I think there's evidence both from our own program and then lots of academic research that for overwhelming majority of people who are experiencing homelessness, the reason that they're homeless is because rent is really damn high in New York City, and that when they have an affordable place to live, that they will be okay. And we certainly want to encourage people to advocate for themselves, right? It is a landlord's responsibility to make sure that the stove works, right? So, calling your landlord, calling 311. We do provide aftercare through our home-based offices. So, and in that case, right, a client does need to take the initiative to engage with home-based, but we, provide aftercare services to, I want to say it's something like 19,000 households a year who do approach us through home-based. I mentioned earlier the Affordable Housing Services Program, and that we are doing, which is essentially the project-based city FEPS contract, and I'm excited about that one from a housing finance perspective because I'm a nerd, but also because I do think it fills a critical gap in the city's housing stock where we do have, we have a lot of housing where it's here, we've made it affordable for you, have at it, right? And then we have supportive housing, which is very, very rich and clinically oriented services, and we don't have much in between for somebody who might be struggling a little bit but doesn't have the same kind of clinical needs for supportive housing. AHS does that, right? So there are on-site social services. They are a much lighter touch than in supportive housing, but they exist. And I was at a ribbon cutting for one of those projects. I guess this was last summer, last fall. And one of the speakers was a tenant who, he was 21. He'd been in the shelter system for a couple of years. He had no local family. This was his first real lease, and he was never going to qualify for supportive housing, nor did he need supportive housing. On the other hand, as a 21-year-old, I certainly wasn't prepared to be completely self-sufficient. Like, I called my mom to tell her, for her to tell me to do all kinds of things. He didn't have that kind of familial safety net, but now he had that same kind of safety net from the building. So I do think that thinking about that missing middle on the service side is something that we're trying to do.
Thank you.
I see a hand over there.
Hi, I think it's afternoon, yes it is. My name is Yvonne Soto, I'm the Director of Special Projects at Exponents. And my department, we complete 2010E applications so that we can assist chronically homeless individuals, people coming out of jail or prison, individuals who are suffering with severe mental illness or phasing out of drug treatment, get supportive housing. The problem that I'm having, as you stated, it's a difficult process to get that application completed. Sometimes you have to do it 2 and 3 times before they approve it through the PAC portal. Now the issue is once they get an approval for supportive housing, is to find the placement for them. And so we end up losing people who have struggled all this time to get that approval, only to wait 6, 9, maybe 12 months to get placed. And sometimes they end up back in prison or lost to follow-up because we can no longer find them because they left the drug treatment program. Or they're going through an episode, struggling with their mental illness. So I was trying to figure out what can we do to help expedite this process, maybe a little bit more than just waiting a year for someone to get placed.
I think the first thing we need to do is create more supportive housing, right? Are there process issues that we can work through? Absolutely, and I'm always happy to collaborate with people, as you identify particular pain points, like we're ears. But I think the biggest issue is the supply of housing and how that supply matches up with both demand and individual client preferences and needs. And Mark talked about making sure that we have a good match and so that we have housing stability. This is something, it was many years ago at this point that I was at HPD, but where it was one of those if we respect people's borough of preference, it's going to be a much better, placement match. Oh, yeah, that kind of makes sense. And there's a few other things. We can't put somebody with mobility needs in the 4th floor walk-up, right? If somebody is a domestic violence survivor, are there safety preclusions that mean that they can't be in a particular borough, right? So these are all things that we have to think of. And then the overlay, as I mentioned, where we have much higher vacancy rates in shared units and SROs, which are not going to be a decent fit for all clients. So, I think we are working to fill units and to make matches as quickly as possible, but the demand significantly outstrips the supply, and that matching process of making sure that it will be a good fit does take a little bit of time. So again, I am happy to talk about particular pain points because I am a believer that we can always do things better than we're doing them now, but I do think that the supply is the overwhelming issue.
Great. I think we're at time, so maybe come find the panelists if you have burning questions afterwards. But everyone, if you could just join me in thanking our amazing panel today. And then, okay, bye. Thank you.
Good afternoon, good afternoon. So my name is Danielle Devine. I am the Executive Director of Help One in East New York. I have the privilege of running an excellent team that is pioneering one of our landmark, affordable, supportive housing complex. Thank you for everyone in the panel, especially Mr. Harden. He's over there. He's our star. And he is ultimately the reason why we do all this work that we do, without a doubt. Our next session is grounded in stories like Mr. Harden. No Address is a powerful motion picture that sheds light on the reality of homelessness in America. Starring Beverly D'Angelo, Ty Pennington, Ashanti, and Billy Baldwin, whom Help will honor for his involvement with the movie and advocacy work at the 40th anniversary kickoff dinner on June 12th. The film was produced by Robert Craig Films and is part of the suite of media created to increase public awareness and inspire policy solutions to homelessness crisis. The book inspired by the movie is available at the Upstream Book Nook, so make sure you stop by and get one in the lobby. Our spotlight discussion speaker, Jennifer Stolo, CEO of Robert Craig Films, must sign it, if you ask nicely. Jen is joined today by Keith Dietrich, President and CEO of The Gathering Inn, who served as a consultant on the movie. Please give your attention to the brief trailer from the movie before they get started.
Hello? Babe, why is my stuff out here? Come on, please, let me in! You have to! I have nowhere else to go!
For many out on the streets with no address.
Hey, beautiful.
When the hope dies.
Ah!
It's hard to be found.
Are you okay?
Nah, I really should get going.
Are you sure you got somewhere to go?
You could try to kick me when I'm down. It ain't gonna break me.
I'm working on this huge deal, and if I pull it off, our problems will be gone.
We need to deal with these now.
No, please.
You can say what you wanna, cause I'm still here.
Have you seen him? Was that Jimmy she was looking for?
I've got a new family now, okay?
You're worthless! Get out of my house!
People who actually care about me.
I'm not giving up on you.
I'm not giving up on him!
You get these people off our streets now.
It's not that simple.
They're human beings. Where are they meant to go? I don't know how much longer I can do this. This is my home.
Your gambling and incompetence is what got us here.
We've all fallen short.
Get back.
And lost our way.
Look, I believe in second chances. Follow me.
You don't fight this alone. You don't fight this alone. You don't fight this alone.
You never know in life why things work out the way they do.
Never give up.
Thank you. For those of us that do this work every day, that trailer is not shocking, right? It's somewhat familiar. If I've learned one thing in my career, I've learned that statistics are important and they do matter, but stories really make the difference. They inspire people, they make people act, and that is really the journey that Robert Craig Films embarked on when we started this company. It was really to create social impact films, films that really are able to touch audiences in a different way, to bring about compassion, generosity, and more empathy for all of the audiences in the communities that we live. And this was our most recent project around homelessness. And people ask all the time, what inspired us to make this movie? What set us on this journey? A couple things happened. We were actually in the middle of making a completely different movie. And this script came into our hands, and we were just so moved by it. We were so moved by it as producers, as crew, as people that worked within our business, because we'd been touched by it in many different ways. Myself, for over the last 10 years, my family and I have been intimately involved in volunteering and being a part of the shelter system that is in our county. We are from California. We're a California-based company. Keith Dietrich, that I'll introduce here in a minute, was a production consultant along this journey. And so for me, it was something that was very close to my heart. For Robert Craig himself, he was a avid volunteer, very involved, in fact, in his church ministry around homelessness, and just had a deep care for helping those in the community. And so it really touched his heart as he read the script as well. And I think as we continued the conversations with our other producers, one of them actually began to shed light about her journey as someone that had lived experience. We had never known this about her. We had known her for many, many years, and she decided that this is a time that she needed to bring her story to life. So it touched us in so many incredible ways that we really felt like this is what we needed to do. This is a topic that is important in our country. It's an American crisis. It's a conversation that needs to be elevated, and that is what our company and our film business is about, is sparking those conversations that need to be had. So as we embarked on this, we thought about, how do we do this with the cast that you just heard? Including Billy Baldwin, who's very close to this organization. And how do we do this in a way that it's authentic, right? That we showcase the bleak realities of homelessness, but we also show the hope and the redemption. And how do we do this in a unique way? So we decided to bring along some production consultants, Keith Dieterich being one of our main ones, to really work with the cast and the crew in order to make sure that authenticity was revealed in this movie. It's a fictional movie, but it's based on true events, ones that we as producers and our director embarked on. And certainly Keith Dieterich, who actually runs a number of programs up in the Northern California area and has local, regional, and national experience. We brought him on board. So I'll let you take it away, what you did with our phenomenal cast and crew.
Man, well, thank you so much. It's been a crazy ride, actually. Robert Craig Films, he walked into my office about 2.5 years ago, and he says, I want to make a movie about people experiencing homelessness. And I thought to myself, probably walk him through an encampment. Maybe he's got an 8mm camera, and that'll be it. And 2.5 years later, national release, blockbuster movie, and his passion for this issue was readily apparent. And when I was asked to come on to help with the authenticity side of it, I learned that there was going to be one of my favorite actors of all time, and you did not mention him, was Xander Berkeley. I don't know if you guys know Xander Berkeley, but his claim to fame is he's been killed more in Hollywood movies than any other actor ever. And you can actually go to YouTube and type in Xander Berkeley death reel, and it's a compilation of all those death scenes. So he's actually my favorite, but Billy was second. Even though I do love Billy. But the interesting thing when I walked them, so part of the experience was they wanted to be as authentic as they could in the roles that they were assuming, right? So I walked them through encampments throughout Sacramento a number of days. And the one thing that really struck me about each and every one, and I personally walked Ashanti through, Billy through, Xander through, was how they really, really cared. And I didn't know if I was expecting that so much from Hollywood actors. They actually stopped and actually had long conversations with people on the streets in the encampments. I mean, in-depth conversations. And before we even got started on the first day, Billy got us all in a circle and said something to the effect of, what we're going to experience today is going to profoundly change our lives. And I really think that for the actors in this film, it became more than just another Hollywood movie. It actually became a passion project for them. And that was so heartfelt for me to see. And we're going to talk a little bit about media and a little bit later on in this conversation, but just that personal connection that the cast had to the people that I introduced them that were on the streets was really touched my heart. And then part of the authenticity also was for the crew and the cast to go nationally. And I'll let Jennifer talk a little bit about, they went on a bus tour, I think it was 18 states, 20 different cities across the United States, to learn more about the issue, to really understand it from a ground level. So I'll turn it back over to you.
Yeah, so, as Keith mentioned, the cast just 2.5 years ago, and they are in the media to this day, strong advocates of the work that they learned about, in this journey. And as we began to set stage for filming, we all kind of thought, I wonder if we should look at this outside of California. We know California well. On average, 187,000 are experiencing homelessness. 24% of this entire country, that's 1/4 of the homeless population is in California. And as we saw, what happened where we are near Sacramento, certainly San Francisco, 78,000 I think today in LA County, and I'm sure more after these LA fires, we thought, it's important for us to journey across this country and really understand and experience what's happening all across the globe. And so, crazy as it was, our team took a bus tour to 20 major cities with high levels of homelessness, 18 different states, and engaged with number of people from all different levels, which turned into about 175 interviews, from people experiencing homelessness to people that were formerly homeless, to shelter directors, to policy makers, to leaders in the community, heads of national nonprofits like Salvation Army and Citygate Network, local nonprofits, to really understand what's working, what's not working, and how we got here as a country. And that bus tour was really supposed to be about research. It was really supposed to be about a true understanding for cast and crew and producers and all of us to really understand how, again, we make sure that this fictional movie, Hollywood movie, is authentic. And it ended up being a profound experience. And what it took us to was an actual documentary. We came back, this was supposed to be the making of No Address, really understanding and researching. But we came back, the experience that we had, the interviews that we had, the understanding that we gained of what's not working, which is usually what you see in a documentary, but what is working, solutions, organizations, nonprofits that just had amazing, amazing programs out there that we found it was our obligation, our responsibility to put that into a film. So here we were, set out to make No Address, and now we're coming back, the SAG strike hits, and we've got 6 months to do what? Well, I think we're going to edit a documentary, and that's what we did. So there is a documentary, Americans with No Address, as well. So that set us on an interesting journey because it began some national attention. Media everywhere. I felt like I had a camera in my face 24/7, and it really ended up being an interesting approach of how media looks at homelessness. As you all know, I'm not telling you things that you don't already know, right? But it was a very interesting way that I would engage with media and hear one side or the other. And there was always this interesting question that would come your way of, in the lines of, well, it's their responsibility, There's so much crime here. It's about addiction. And there was this shift of like, it's their fault. And then there'd be the other shift of media perception that it's not, that there's barriers, right? There's systemic barriers here. And so it was always this interesting, I never knew what the question would be or what I'd be in front of, but I walked away from it going, wow, the media perception really gives light to the way people behave and the way people see things and the way people judge, right? And that sent us on, just kind of a new journey to really look at, I think, Keith, you could probably talk to it about, what you see in your programs and how we continued as we made this film to really showcase the human side. That was our goal, the human side of this situation and the barriers that these individuals have and how dignity is so important. And actually before that, I'll even give you one story that I always say that I think kind of shook me, in our journey, as we sat on the streets and talked to individuals, visited shelters, talked with leaders. And I was walking down the street one day, and there was a gentleman sitting on the curb, and he was reading a book. And I walked up to him and asked him what he was reading, sat down, talked to him, as we all know, right? It's all about engaging. It's not about enabling, it's about engaging. It's trying to find and understand the backstory of each individual so that we can help them in that journey back to housing. And so we had this wonderful conversation for about a minute or so, and I turned to him and I said, "Sir, what is your name?" And he looked at me like I had asked him the most difficult mathematical question there was. And I said, "I'm sorry, did I say something wrong? I just wanted to know your name." And he said, "No, I'm sorry. I cannot remember the last time that someone asked me my name." And it just broke my heart. You know, I had volunteered many, many times in the shelters in my community, and I had not had that experience. And it reminded me that I needed to have more conversations on the streets and more understanding of the backstory of someone. Your experience, you know, in what you do and the stories maybe that you have.
Yeah. So I've been listening to the conference here and focusing on housing, and housing is a really big piece of the equation, right? What I hope this movie addresses, though, is there's another big piece out there, in my opinion. It's the not in my backyard contingent out there. My organization's being sued right now because we're trying to establish a medical respite program that serves people experiencing homelessness being discharged from hospitals with cancer diagnoses and heart attacks and hip replacements, and the average age is 62 years old, and it happens to be maybe 1,500 yards from a school, and the school's suing us because these folks are going to be, of course, they're all pedophiles, right? And they're going to go out and they're going to abuse our children, and all this nonsense that you hear, all the scare tactics that are out there. And I think it comes from a place of, I'll say, ignorance to the issue, not understanding, not seeking to understand, right? And what I hope this movie can do is, when you look at the storylines, you've got the businessman that becomes homeless and the family. You've got somebody that was a veteran that ends up experiencing homelessness. You've got somebody that's fleeing domestic violence. You know, you've got these different storylines, and, you know, I forget the exact statistic, but it's like 30 or 40% of people in this country know somebody who has experienced homelessness at one point in time or another in their lives. So what I'm hoping that this movie does is, on a national level, seek to educate people so that the initial reaction of "not in my backyard" at least comes to a point where it's a, yeah, maybe I'll seek a little bit more information before I judge, right? And I can actually see myself in Billy or somebody I knew. I can actually see myself in Ashanti. I can actually see myself in Ty Pennington, who's a person that's trying to help Jimmy improve his situation, another character in the movie. So that's what I hope this movie can do in a larger context, because you'll get media out there that seeks to help understand and puts out there, yeah, it's a housing issue, we need more treatment, we need all these things. But then you get the ones that, did you know that homeless person accosted somebody or attacked somebody in the park last week? Like, the general population doesn't do that? You have to, like, point out that the person was experiencing homelessness? Like, really? People experiencing homelessness are no more likely to attack somebody than the general population, but yet you put that narrative out there and it fuels that NIMBY stuff. So that's what I hope the movie's able to do.
Yeah, and I'll just kind of wrap it up with the journey that we set on to create this movie, No Address, and as I said, led to a documentary. And from the documentary, many of the experts that we interviewed came forward and said, you know, about up to 60% of the organizations that are addressing homelessness are faith-based, and that's a community that you need to actually reach out to as well. So there's a study guide that we actually created with these incredible experts along this journey that's really for the faith-based community of how to engage rather than enable, and just an excellent tool. That led to a conversation with authors coming forward and wanting to write a book based on the screenplay, which is what you have out there at lunchtime. And it's another way to reach audiences. Ashanti came forward and said, hey, how about I do the audiobook? So there's an audiobook now for the book No Address. And it just kept going on and on and on because there's so many people out there that do care about this issue, do care about this subject matter, and do want the rest of the world to act and to engage and to be a part of the solutions. Our final piece was there's music always in a movie, right? Did we set out to make a soundtrack? No, but that's what happened because we got a phone call one day from Jay DeMarcus of Rascal Flatts, the band, and he said, I've got Red Street record label and I would love to actually partner with you, write a song for the theme song, and actually distribute this soundtrack because music is this universal voice for everyone to hear the message that you're trying to create, for the dignity for others, the humanity. This is the human side of this situation. And we need to look at it differently. We need to elevate the conversation. We need to change the narrative. And it's something that everybody can be a part of. At the end of our movie, there's a call to action because everyone out there can do something simple. You can give to an organization, you can volunteer, or you can simply stop on the street, look someone in the eyes and say hello to them and ask them their name because we all know they feel invisible, right? And we have to be the voice for the voiceless. So I'd like to end with just a quick clip from James from the Bowery Mission. That I know James, the CEO, is in the audience here from the Bowery Mission. But this is a part of our documentary and I just love what he says and I think it ties it all together here at the end.
40% of the people who were homeless, who were older than 50 years old, became homeless after they were 50. That's an American tragedy that's growing.
If you're in the public school system, you deal with children.
Or you're going to see the trailer, actually.
Every day.
This is an intentional policy decision that forced people into this community.
They had 10 city trucks, a dozen officers, and then as soon as they saw we were there filming, they stopped.
It is the worst drug that has ever been known to man.
The psychosis had been so bad to where I didn't remember how many times I had gone into that store to do that exact same thing.
Our city made a mistaken decision to sue the lead charity who were caring for the homeless because they were feeding too many people on Sundays.
And that was where I started just questioning, like, wait, my tax dollars pay for these programs where county vehicles were going into the school grounds, handing out clean needles, sharp containers.
So many politicians talk about how much more money is being spent.
$400,000.
$250,000.
$700 million.
And the money?
We're spending 3 times more than we were 12 years ago. Yet, it's skyrocketed.
Homelessness feels one way when you're just talking about an issue. And then it feels totally different when you say, that's my friend. What in the world happened?
How can you walk by a homeless person and don't feel nothing? You're dead. You're just living, but you don't know much.
So the quote that James talks about, and he wasn't actually on that clip, was, "You never look down upon another human being, whether it be a man, woman, or child, unless you're looking down to lift them up." That was his quote. So, anyway. Great quote. Thank you, guys.
Okay. So, it's time for another break. Lunch break. But before we go on lunch break, I have to say something. what's her name again? Jennifer, please just wait for a minute. I just have to say that your story touched me so much. And it touched me because when I was 18 years old, I was working in outreach, and there was a homeless guy sitting on Pacific Street in front of the HRA Center. And my team and I were giving out flyers the entire day to promote employment program. And we walked past him for hours. And then the center was closing and we were about to wrap up, and I went over there to him and I touched his shoulder. And he said, "You see me? You see me?" And it changed my mindset about homelessness. And from that day on, I worked in homelessness. I've been doing this for like 27 years. And so I just wanted to share that story. Thank you. So, lunch is going to be served. Lunch is going to be from... Now until it's over, I'll let you know. Oh, God. Thank you, because we're running a little over time, but lunch... Okay, it'll be served right outside.
Okay, hope everyone enjoyed lunch. Now we want to get back. Before lunch, we explored the role of media in raising awareness about the housing and homeless crisis. Now we're going to turn our attention to another form of media. In the newly released book, There's No Place for Us, Working in Homelessness in America, author Brian Goldstone dives into something that I see regularly at our family shelters, where we have head of households working full-time jobs with their kids in school, and they cannot afford housing. The book is available in the foyer for sale, and the book has been described by New York Times as a powerful and moving narrative. The Washington Post has highlighted its compassionate storytelling and examination of the systemic failures. Brian works as a journalist and focuses on housing insecurity, homelessness, and social inequalities. His essays have appeared in the New York Times and Harper's Magazine, along other publications. Joining the conversation is Help USA Chief Operating Officer, Danny Farrell, as well.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you, Brian, for being here today with us. Your book does a wonderful job telling the stories of Atlanta natives Michelle, Celeste, Cara, Britt, and DC natives Maurice and Talia, and all their children who struggled deeply to obtain and retain stable housing while working multiple jobs in the traditional and gig economies. Your story expertly weaves in the macro story of underemployment, poverty, childcare issues, housing exclusion, and how working people are pushed into homelessness. Housing values that have bubbled to heights never seen, zoning laws that unduly benefit urban and suburban homeowners are also part of the housing exclusion story, and how people, again, are pushed into homelessness. You write, Brian, that private equity firms own about 25% of housing at the lower end of the market. They also now have been buying up extended stay motels at breakneck pace. They use algorithms to determine who is worthy to rent to, setting rent amounts, and even set eviction schedules at pace that are just stunning to hear about. This is utterly unbelievable, but yet not surprising at all. So for example, Maurice and Natalia paid over $17,000 over an 8-month period at an extended stay motel after being gentrified out of the Washington, D.C. housing market. The endless fees, high interest rates just for everyday items set them back in a way that they had absolutely no choice but to be in an extended stay hotel. Reading your book reminded me of James Baldwin's famous quote, "Anyone who's ever struggled with poverty knows how extremely expensive it is to be poor." So I'd like to read an excerpt from your book, for those of you who are following along, page 126, my adjunct hat here. Many of them, private equity firms, were drawn to states like Georgia with weak tenant protections. Indeed, Atlanta, a quote, private equity strike zone, end quote, in the words of one researcher, had become an epicenter of Wall Street's incursion into the rental market. These real estate behemoths employed a stock set of tactics in attempting to unlock value from their acquisitions, hiking rents, skimping on maintenance and security and upkeep, slashing staffing costs, tacking on extra fees. Most startlingly, evictions were becoming increasingly automated. An algorithm could determine the course of action. If the rent was 3 days late, an eviction notice automatically went out. A late fee was tacked on and the tenant was saddled with any court fees incurred by a filing. While this isn't true in New York City, this is true around most of the country. Right? The rent protections we have in New York protect to some degree against that kind of incursion into people's safe space. But around the country, this is the norm. A common thread among all the protagonists in your story is that they are all employed. All work to improve the lives of their family. All are black and all experience lingering and devastating effects of racism through redlining. Lastly, you also tell the story that when federal, state, and/or local governments want to intervene, it can so for the benefit of impoverished people. For example, during the pandemic, evictions were ceased, stimulus payments saving hundreds of thousands of families from being pushed into homelessness was made. We saw a tremendous interruption in homelessness, as Molly Park mentioned earlier in the panel. So now let's get to questions. Brian, your professional training as an anthropologist and a journalist, what compelled you to write this book and spend so much of your time bearing witness to the devastating realities of homelessness and housing instability in this country?
Thank you, Danny. Thank you for that wonderful introduction and set of remarks. And I just want to say before I answer your question, just what an honor it is to be here with you all and to have been able to sit through the panels today. I've learned so much, and actually for the last couple of years I've been admiring this gathering from a distance, so from Atlanta. So it's really, thank you. So it's really a gift to be with you, and so what brought me to this? It actually started around 2018, my wife, who's a nurse practitioner, was working at a community health center in Atlanta, where we had actually just moved to Atlanta from New York, and she began to notice this trend among patients she was seeing. She was meeting patients who were packing boxes at Amazon warehouses, or were driving for Uber and Lyft, or DoorDash, or were working at McDonald's or Walmart, and or they were home health aides, they were caregivers. And when they finished their shifts, they weren't going to an apartment, they were going to shelters, or they were going to the overcrowded apartments of others, or even in some cases sleeping on the street. Increasingly, they were going to these squalid extended stay hotels and motels that Danny referenced, and hopefully we can unpack that phenomenon, that entire world of homelessness that's out of sight a little bit later on. But or they were even they were even sleeping in the very cars they had just done airport runs in their Ubers and Lyfts. So she noticed that trend, and when she told me about it, I was stunned. Like many kind of self-respecting, semi-educated people, I had read a good deal about homelessness. I had even read entire books about homelessness. I had never seen the words working and homeless sort of explicitly thematized in the reading I had done. And I remember around that time I went into an academic search engine and I put in working homeless, and I expected just a plethora of articles to appear. And shockingly, there was very little that, of course, in sort of the margins of various books and articles, there would be a reference to employment or underemployment and so forth. But there was nothing that sort of explicitly thematized that. And, in the data seemed to be largely missing. And so that was the initial sort of genesis for what became a magazine story for the New Republic, where I followed one family in Atlanta who, a woman named Kokethia Goodman and her children. By the time I met them, they had been homeless for about 4 months, and their descent into homelessness began when their landlord, in this rapidly gentrifying neighborhood in Atlanta called Peoplestown, a historically black and working class neighborhood, Kokethia thought that she and her kids were stably housed, but she had the misfortune of renting a place that was in close proximity to the Beltline, which for those of you who are not familiar with the Beltline, it's kind of, imagine the High Line on steroids, like the High Line times, I believe, like 25 in terms of the length and the just the magnitude of this project. It's been hailed as one of the most ambitious redevelopment projects, urban redevelopment projects in the country. And everything that the Beltline touches, it's almost like a magician has waved a wand, or from the perspective of those who are low income and living in these rental properties, like an evil wizard has cast a curse, and property values are skyrocketing, and poor and working class people are being pushed out. So that's what happened to Kokithia, and I ended up following her journey. And even after spending 7-8 months reporting this story, I felt like I had only scratched the surface of this phenomenon, and it sort of organically led into this book where I now, in the book, follow 5 different families. And yes, they, as Danny mentioned, they are all working, and they're all Black. And at first I wanted a more kind of demographic diversity. I wanted, the white working class family. I wanted to check all the boxes. But in Atlanta, a city that is no longer majority Black, the birthplace of the civil rights movement, 93% of families experiencing homelessness in Atlanta are Black. Again, a city that is no longer majority Black. And so in some ways it would have been forced to, go out somewhere and find that one white family. So there are reasons for that. And part of what I'm trying to unpack in the book, and the reason why a book-length treatment of this subject felt so important, is because it allows me to sort of go into the history of how that 93% did not just appear overnight. That was actively produced over generations, even going back to emancipation and Reconstruction, and an entire population of people who were deprived of property and forced into a labor economy of low wages, rent, and debt, and then and vagrancy laws that pushed them into prison. So anyway, that was the genesis for this book, and yeah.
All right, thank you. I want a conversation to first focus on the heart of the book, which is the 5 families from Atlanta that you follow. Then we'll move on to more overarching injustices in our housing and homeless service systems and how we can address them, as we've been talking about all day today. So the families, their stories are moving, they're complex, they're compelling, and they're devastating. One of the most powerful lines of your book is when you say that the families in this book didn't fall into homelessness, they were pushed. Can you tell us about one of the families in this book and how the story illustrates this reality, perhaps Celeste, one of the more compelling characters in the book?
Absolutely. And yeah, that distinction between being, pushed into homelessness and just kind of falling into, as if someone just tripped, or as if they're a character in a Greek tragedy, and tragedy. No, this is actively produced, this kind of precarity, and I think Celeste's story really does illustrate that in a devastating way. Celeste, her story begins really dramatically in the book. She's driving home from work one day from her warehouse job. She's just picked her kids up from school, and her neighbor calls to say that their rental home is burning down. It's on fire. And so she races home, and by the time she gets to this rental property, it is destroyed. And the only possessions that Celeste and her children have at this point are the couple of loads of dirty laundry that Celeste threw in the car that morning, thinking she would go to the laundromat after work, and the few things that the kids had in their school backpacks. They lost everything else. And so the Red Cross gives them a few nights at the Howard Johnson near the airport, and it turns out that this fire was started by an abusive ex who she had just taken a restraining order out on. And so Celeste is obviously traumatized by this. Her kids are traumatized, but she thinks that her housing search will be relatively brief. She thinks that she'll be able to get into another apartment relatively quickly. And so, she starts logging into Zillow and apartments.com, and she realizes to her horror that in the time she's been renting this place, the ground has kind of shifted under her feet. Atlanta's much celebrated renaissance, this transformation of urban space, the city center being sort of turned into a playground for those who have enough money to enjoy this playground with new amenities and green space. She realizes, as so many have, that this is exacting a very heavy toll on people like her, and neighborhoods that were once affordable are no longer affordable. In a very brief period, rents have skyrocketed by 65%. In a span of 5 years, Metro Atlanta has lost 200,000 affordable rental units that have not been replaced. And this is the reality that Celeste confronts as she is trying to get into a new rental. So what she thought would be a really quick housing search turns into a protracted and incredibly stressful and frustrating housing search. She basically calls in every favor from every friend, relative, you name it. She's someone, just a side note about Celeste. Celeste, when she walks into a room, if she walked into this room right now, she would immediately be the most charismatic person in this room. In another life, she would have been the CEO of a company. You can't win an argument with Celeste because she knows everything about everything. And so, she is calling in favors for people who she would prepare their taxes in the past, or she would tell them, where to go to get your car fixed, or she would help them pay for that car repair, whatever it was. So she's calling in all these favors, but eventually she runs out of couches, her and her kids to sleep on, living room floors to sleep on, and they're in her Dodge Durango. They're sleeping in Walmart parking lots, and Celeste becomes desperate to get into a place because, not only just the practical impossibilities of sleeping in your Dodge Durango at night with your kids in the car and then getting up and going to your warehouse job in the morning, but she's terrified that as they're sleeping in this parking lot, a police officer will knock on the window and will call defects, because in Georgia, as in many states across the country, over 20% of child removals are due, and this is the official designation, they're due to inadequate housing. And again, just as a little tangent, people like Celeste would beg defects, would beg the child welfare system for assistance to prevent them from losing their housing. And they're told, I'm sorry, ma'am, we don't have those kinds of resources. But the state has plenty of resources to pay foster parents double, triple, quadruple what that family would have needed to avoid losing their housing once they're ready to take their kids away and put them in foster care. So Celeste is aware of that reality, and she is terrified of that happening to her. So she is just becoming increasingly stressed and desperate to get into a place, and finally she finds an apartment that she can afford, or at least that she thinks she can afford. It would swallow up about 70% of her monthly income, but the leasing agent takes pity on her and tells her to apply, and they pray together, and a few days later that leasing agent calls her and says, ma'am, why didn't you tell me about the eviction on your record? The leasing agent is no longer friendly. Now they're annoyed. Why didn't you tell me about this eviction? And Celeste says, there is no eviction. And I know this is turning into a long story, but let me just rewind, because on the day of the house fire, Celeste calls her landlord, which is not a mom and pop landlord. Her landlord is a company called the Prager Group, a private equity firm that owns tens of thousands of rental units across the South. And this is, it's not just the Prager Group. As of about 2 weeks ago, I got a report from a colleague that roughly 10% of America's rental housing stock is now in the hands of private equity. So the Prager Group is sort of representative of what many renters are now confronting when they try to call their landlord. So Celeste calls her landlord and says, can you get me into another rental in your portfolio? And she's told that in order to terminate her lease, she will need to pay not only the current month's rent, because the fire happened at the beginning of the month, she hadn't yet paid her rent for that month, but an additional month as well, and she wouldn't get her security deposit back. And Celeste, I'm sure, knowing Celeste, she had some choice words for them, but she told me she hung up on them in disgust, and come to find out a few months later, they filed an eviction against her. And in Georgia, as in many states, what Danny mentioned a moment ago about New York being sort of exceptional, I know I'm speaking to a room of people who are working in New York, and you maybe take for granted the relatively, I use the word relatively, robust tenant protections that exist in a state like New York or in a city like New York. But that is by no means the case across the country. New York is in many ways an aberration from the norm. And so, like in many states around the country, Celeste didn't even have to be informed that an eviction was filed against her. She didn't have to be informed in person. The sheriff, when he served the eviction notice to this home that had burned down, he wrote on the form, and I saw this, he wrote and left it in the mailbox, served to fire destroyed property. So Celeste finds that, and she realizes that it's too late. The judge, in her absence, handed down a default judgment, and this 3-digit number, this credit score that has come to determine whether millions of people in this country have access to something as fundamental as a place to live, this 3-digit number has been tanked because of this default judgment, because of the Scarlet E that's now on her record, and Celeste, from that point on, she realized she has now been locked out of the formal housing system, and she and her children go to the only place they can go, because in DeKalb County, one of the most populous counties in the South, how many family shelters do you think there are? And again, I'm saying this to a room of people where there's a right to shelter, but how many family shelters do you think there are? Well, actually, right now there are 0. 0 in DeKalb County. At that time, there was one. They had something like 7 beds or something like that. And so in the absence of being able to go to a family shelter, they did what scores of families across the country are doing when they have nowhere else to go, and they went to an extended stay hotel.
Thank you for that heartbreaking and very real and very common story. Brian, tell us the role of systemic racism and gentrification and our broader issues of housing injustice across the country.
Yeah, I think, it varies probably by region. What is true in Atlanta isn't necessarily going to be true for instance, in Minnesota, where there's a large indigenous population that is also experiencing homelessness, or in Northern California. I reported a story in Salinas, California, where there's just a disproportionate number of families and individuals who are unhoused, who are part of the kind of migrant labor force there. So it does vary, I think, by region, but racism is inextricable from this catastrophe that we as a country are now suffering through. I think that in our discussions of gentrification, sometimes there's too much focus on kind of the aesthetics of gentrification. These cookie cutter glass buildings that are going up, the yoga studios, the cafes. What is often lost in that story is not only who are the casualties of this renaissance, who are the casualties of this revitalization. And in this sense, Atlanta is really representative of any number of cities across the country. Nashville, Charlotte, Denver, Phoenix, Austin, yes, of course, New York. New York invented a lot of these trends. But this is really representative where you have, I think sometimes we intuitively associate homelessness with kind of extreme poverty. And we think that homelessness sort of springs up out of the most deprived sort of areas of either the country or the most deprived areas of a city. And even, the sort of the idea of a skid row and sort of this spatial isolation that where homelessness exists. I think what's so striking about this new American homelessness that we're now witnessing is that it's not the product of poverty as much as it's the product of prosperity. It's the result not of a failing economy, but of a thriving economy, just not for the millions of people who are the casualties of that thriving economy. And I think that that is sort of a counterintuitive point. It goes to the gentrification thing, because gentrification, it's not just about a few individuals decided, we used to call them urban pioneers who decide to move into, Bushwick or where, and sort of open an art gallery, open a cafe. It's what gets lost in that is the ways that gentrification is planned, the sort of collusion of real estate capital and investors on the one hand and city planners on the other. And so I think that that's something that we have to grapple with, is the ways in which this displacement, the ways in which, like, what the 5 families in this book are going through it's not just sort of a natural occurrence. It is, in many ways, a kind of engineered neglect.
Thank you for that. Celeste and many of the other families you follow at some point end up in extended stay hotels or motels. The families sometimes refer to this as a hotel trap or an expensive prison. Could you share more about the role hotels, and in particular extended stay hotels and motels, are playing in our current housing system? And why is it so hard to get out of these places, and who's profiting from them?
Yeah. I will try to keep my answer brief because there's a lot to say about that.
There's a lot, yeah.
And I'm going to be using this word a lot, I think, in this conversation: astonished, shocked, stunned. That was my dominant sort of emotion, along with anger, just rage, in the course of reporting this book. I was shocked to discover that these hotels and motels that I was driving by every day as a resident of Atlanta were not hotels and motels as we tend to think of them, but were in effect extremely profitable homeless shelters. These are places at the very, very bottom end of the spectrum. Extended stay hotels within the hotel industry used to be sort of a disreputable backwater, but an interesting thing has happened. As the housing and homelessness crisis in this country has continued to spiral, these places have become increasingly lucrative and promising to investors. It's sort of the new frontier for investors looking to capitalize on this precarity. And at every turn in these families' journeys, it was just incredible, mind-blowing to see how there are entire business models designed not just to squeeze every ounce of profit as can be squeezed from their predicament, from their suffering, but are actually designed to exacerbate that suffering, to exacerbate this housing crisis. And that's true across a variety of industries, from the emergence of co-signing companies that charge exorbitant rates when you have a low credit score, to the private equity firms that are buying up America's rental housing and through these automated eviction systems are forcing people out of their homes because they know that there's another 3, 4, 5 families or individuals who are going to take their place. So, but nowhere is this more striking, I think, than with the extended stays, because as Danny mentioned earlier, it's not only the case that firms like Blackstone are buying up rental housing, they are increasingly cornering the market on the very places where families and individuals are forced into once they become unhoused. And so during the pandemic, Blackstone and Starwood Capital, 2 private equity giants, saw that most normal hotels were at like 0% occupancy early on in the pandemic. Extended stay hotels, especially these ones at the bottom end, where really slum conditions. Imagine like the worst conditions in New York City shelters, or at least as they used to be. I'm thinking of like the conditions documented by Andrea Elliott in her book Invisible Child. Think of those conditions, but just sort of proliferating across entire hotel brands and chains. So they saw that these extended stay hotels were at like 80–90% occupancy during the pandemic. And Blackstone and Starwood Capital spent $6 billion to buy Extended Stay America, one of the largest chains. And Maurice and Natalia, one of the families, the couples in the book, they have 3 children. They end up at Extended Stay America. I spent countless hours with them in this studio-sized room at Extended Stay America where there was mold, where they had a cockroach problem, where plumbing often didn't work, and where what they were paying for that studio-sized room was more than double what they had been paying for a 2-bedroom apartment down the road. But again, they had been forced out of the formal housing market because they had actually fallen prey to this automated eviction system by their private equity landlord at that apartment complex. And so they were forced to pay more than double, $17,000 in the span of 8 months. And just to end with a reference to that Baldwin line, about how very expensive it is to be poor in America, I think what my book documents in many ways as we follow these family stories is not just how very expensive it is to be poor in America, also how very lucrative all of this insecurity has become for some very powerful institutions.
Thank you for that. Thank you for the shining light on what's real. Just in the last few minutes before we turn it over to questions, we don't want to leave it without talking about solutions. And as you begin to talk about some areas of solutions of this larger systemic problem, housing out of the hands of private equity as being one of them, social housing, you cite Finland and Austria as really shining examples of ways that government can create housing that isn't just about equity and that's more fair and distributed across an income spectrum, reinvestment in public housing, changing zoning laws to allow for greater density. We heard that robustly here this morning and some of the things that are happening in New York. You talk about NACA, right? Neighborhood Assistance Corporation of America, that helps low-income renters with low-income, low interest rates. And then also briefly talk about this, accurately quantifying the problem. We know that the homeless service system, the point-in-time count is just at a single point in time. But those numbers are estimated really to be in the millions of people experiencing homelessness, not by the strict definition of literal homelessness that the federal government is exceedingly narrow, but the wider definition of living on someone's couch or the floor, extended stays. Are there other areas in terms of solutions that you want to add to before we get into questions?
I want to just connect very quickly that last point about the true scale and severity of this catastrophe. I want to connect that to solutions because by cobbling together different data sources in the book, I tried to show that, and this won't be news to many of you, you know that the point-in-time count is a drastic undercount. You know the ways that the definition of literal homelessness locks many people experiencing homelessness out of being eligible for resources. But what I tried to show in the book is that the true severity of this crisis is roughly 6 times that, a conservative estimate, 6 times that of the official figures. And as Anne mentioned this morning in her opening keynote, the last 2 years have seen the highest levels of homelessness in recorded history, like since the point-in-time count began. So there's I say that not to catastrophize, not to just say that, as bad as the official figures are, the reality is exponentially worse, even though that is indeed the case, even though it is indeed the case that there's this entire universe of homelessness that we're not seeing. Although it is the case that the tents, the encampments, and those we see on the street are just the tip of the iceberg, right, and that what lies under the water surface is just way, way, way bigger than that. But it's not just to point to the greater numbers. It's also to say that our conception of homelessness begins to change when we start looking at what's under that water surface, once we start looking at the rest of that iceberg, we can no longer tell ourselves, and I know this is not true of many of us in this room, but we can no longer tell ourselves as a society the comforting story that, oh, people are homeless because of these individual pathologies, because of these personal choices, because of laziness. Because we have to face a completely different set of root causes once we begin to follow Celeste and Maurice and Natalia and Kara on their journeys. And what I hope that shining a light on the true severity and scale of this crisis leads to is not just a kind of, oh well, this is really awful kind of feeling, but I hope it leads us to say, I have a background as an anthropologist, and what I really hope for this book is that we all kind of become anthropologists and we drop down in our country, this richest nation in the world, in the history of the world, that we all become anthropologists, drop down in our society and say, how is it that we have allowed housing to become what it is in this country? How is it that we have allowed this basic human necessity, as fundamental as clean water or education or healthcare, how have we allowed this thing to be hoarded? How have we allowed, during the pandemic, I don't know if you guys remember, but there were two brothers in Tennessee who were widely vilified. They got a U-Haul truck and they started going around to all the Dollar Generals and buying up hand sanitizer. And then after they had filled this truck, they started selling this hand sanitizer on eBay and Amazon for $90 a pop. And I remember thinking to myself, that's what housing is in this country. That's what turning this precious resource over to the private market and saying, let's let supply and demand economics determine whether people have a place to live, whether families have a place to live, whether people, the point in talking about the working homeless is not to say they're more deserving of sympathy. It's simply to say that we have millions of people in this country who are working and working and working some more, and it will never be enough to secure this basic necessity. And I want us to say, how have we allowed I want us to say, what went so terribly wrong that we allowed this to happen?
Thank you. Not much more to add to that, except questions. Samantha in the back is holding the mic. Who wants first shot at it?
Hi, thanks very much. Really heartbreaking stories, but really important to tell. My name's Jack. I work for the Department of Housing Preservation and Development. My question kind of relates to public housing authorities and public agencies. In your reporting of these stories of these folks in Atlanta, what was their relationship like with public agencies and any lessons learned there?
Yeah, Atlanta's a really interesting place because Atlanta has long been a kind of laboratory for housing policy in America. Atlanta, as some of you may know, was the first city in America to build public housing. Techwood Homes was the first public housing project in the country in the 30s under the New Deal. And in the 90s and 2000s, Atlanta was one of the first cities in the country to begin demolishing all of its public housing in favor of this kind of neoliberal revolution where what had been, government-owned and maintained properties, again, was sort of turned over to the private market, and public-private partnerships emerged, and of course, the voucher system was sort of the keystone in all of that. Britt, one of the people in the book, the main characters in the book, she, through her own individual journey, you could sort of tell the story of housing in America, because she actually grew up in East Lake Meadows, a public housing project, and when that was torn down, she and her family were displaced, and she and her mom became homeless. As an adult, she was determined to make a home for her family in Atlanta, for her kids, and she ends up at the beginning of the book winning the lottery, winning the voucher lottery. And I just want to, the word lottery was sort of thrown around at various points. Again, as anthropologists, I want us to just notice that we're using the word lottery in relation to something as precious as housing. That should shock us in itself. Right. That we just take for granted that a lottery is how we determine who gets a roof overhead in this country. And that 1 in 4 people who qualify for this crucial assistance get it, and 75% don't. So that should just be astonishing. But Britt wins the lottery, and without giving too much of her story away, she gets an extension on her voucher because she can't find a landlord to accept it, gets another extension, and finally she loses her voucher. And the year that she received her voucher, or the year she got off the waiting list, 1,600 families in Atlanta also got off the waiting list, and 1,100 of those vouchers expired before they could be used. So in the absence of, again, New York I know is exceptional when it comes to public housing, but in the rest of the country, this is what this experiment in moving from public housing to the private market has produced. It's produced stories like Britt's, and after they lost their voucher, it's actually Britt who gave me the title for the book, There Is No Place for Us, because that's how she felt. As a fifth generation Atlantan, that's how she felt by the end of the story.
Sorry, so my question was, are there any nonprofits or any community-based organizations or even community-based advocacy groups that are working on this effort, particularly around the lack of family shelters, which seems pretty remarkable?
Yeah, I mean, in Atlanta, and I've encountered this across the country as over the last month or so, since the book came out, I've been going to different communities, and I'm hearing a lot of the same thing again and again. There just are no resources for families, especially for families, like Celeste, like Britt, when they go to the coordinated entry point for their continuum of care. In Atlanta, it's called Gateway Center. They are, they wait in line all day. They bring all their documents, and then they come prepared to tell their story about unjust evictions and about just how awful the conditions they're living with, and they end up in this 2-minute interview with a caseworker who uses the VI SPDAT to go through the vulnerability, to determine vulnerability, and then they're turned away. They're told, "I'm sorry, you don't fit the definition of literal homelessness because you're in this hotel, or you're doubled up with others." And so yeah, they're sort of. I say at one point in the book that the only thing worse than being homeless in America is not even being given the designation homeless in America, because then you're really stuck in this sort of permanent state of limbo where you can't even access the minimal resources that are available to those experiencing homelessness, and nor do you get the rights that tenants have, because you're in these hotels where you're just sort of exposed to the worst kinds of predation and violence. So I mean, there are calls to build more shelters, and that runs into all the NIMBY stuff that we've been discussing today. It's really, I mean, of course, what we need are not more family shelters. What we need is housing, and so, but that's what we need. So, not the most profound thing to say at the end, but.
Thank you, Brian.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you again, Brian and Danny. Very, very powerful insights. So throughout the day, we have listened to a policy discussion, heard from people on the front lines of housing, people experiencing homelessness, and examined the issues facing our industry from both the national and local levels. In our final panel of the day, moderator Kirk Goodrich, president of Monadnock Development, will lead a discussion centered in innovative housing solutions that are being piloted today, and ideas for where we can make immediate changes for the greatest impact on our housing supply. Run the show, Kirk. Thank you.
How's everybody doing? I got my hard sole shoes on and a tie. Y'all in trouble. Or as the Trini say, look trouble. Samantha, I thought we agreed to have some walk-up music for myself and the panelists. Cue the music. Just like, they do when you're walking from the batter's circle to the plate. Good question. I would go with house music. You see what I did there? House music. No, Everybody by Black Box. Ow. You asked, I didn't ask. Dan is like, could you get on with the show? This is part of the program. I don't see this part in the book. It's the last panel. Stay awake. That was, by the way, that was fabulous. Brian and Danny, can we give them another hand? Incredible. So really excited today because we have an outstanding group of folks who really have thought out of the box in terms of expanding housing solutions. And what I'd like to do, so I'm Kirk Goodrich. I'm president of Monadnock Development, good friend of Help USA, and co-host of the Housing Problem podcast. And what I'd like to do is have each of you introduce yourselves and give 1 minute on kind of what your area of research focus practice is, if you would do that. Nadine, would you start?
Can you hear me? I'm short, so it's always hard with the mic. So I'm Nadine. I'm a principal at Community Solutions. We're a national nonprofit organization. I started my work, though, in New York City, developing permanent supportive housing using low-income housing tax credits. I started my career with an organization called Common Ground, which is now Breaking Ground. Yeah, great organization.
Breaking Ground in the house?
Yeah, is anyone from Breaking?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
There we go.
Yay! And over the last, I'd say, 3 years at Community Solutions, we started to think about other ways to develop affordable housing. For a lot of the reasons that we actually heard on the panel previous, and because there are a lot of wonderful organizations using low-income housing tax credits and developing that, and the more different kinds of housing topologies in a community, the better. That's meeting the needs of the individuals who are experiencing homelessness. So we lifted up a social impact fund where we now are purchasing naturally occurring affordable housing with the intention of, as people move out of the units naturally, people are then connected to that housing unit from the homeless response system, up to 50%. And the other 50% will maintain affordability for workforce housing. We remove all barriers to entry into the housing. So issues with your credit score, other kinds of issues that might prevent you from getting housing are removed. And that's probably more than 1 minute.
That's okay.
So, I'll give it over to Mark.
Yeah, Mark.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. I'm Mark Norman. I'm the Associate Dean, Chair, and Professor at NYU's Shack Institute of Real Estate. I got my start in Los Angeles at Skid Row Housing Trust doing affordable supportive housing, then came to New York to work at LISC, National Equity Fund, and have done sort of affordable and mixed income housing. I pivoted a little bit because I certainly didn't solve the housing crisis and thought more about economic development and wealth building. So currently working with cities on some of those issues, which I think we'll get to a little bit later.
Absolutely. Thanks, Mark. Andy?
Hi, everyone. I'm Andy Phillips, founder and managing partner at Make Home Capital. We are an impact private credit fund, and what we do is provide flexible loans to help scale high-impact health, education, and human service programs. So I have spent my career, I started off working in organizations that were providing shelter to families, and this goes back to the 80s. I ran one of the earliest transitional housing programs, and early in my career also, my day-to-day job was helping primarily women who'd found their way into the shelter system find permanent, affordable housing. And so that goes back to the mid-'80s that I've been in and around these issues. Currently at Make Home, what we've done is pulled together investment capital from folks who want to invest their dollars in a way that not just provides a financial return, but also drives tangible social impact. And I'm going to have a chance to talk about a couple investments we've made that we think are playing a part in addressing this vast, vast challenge that we collectively face.
Thanks,
So
Andy.
it's great to be here.
Thank you. So one of the things that's been frustrating to me, having been in affordable housing for more than 30 years now, is how limited we've been in our thinking about solutions. And after almost 40 years, the low-income housing tax credit is still the principal financial vehicle for creating affordable housing, and we have other forms of credits that are companion, historic tax credits and brownfields credits and state credits. But what's terrific about the panel today is we got folks who are really thinking outside the box. And so Nadine, I want to come back to you and have you take a little bit deeper dive on the work you've led at Community Solutions in terms of raising capital and being really entrepreneurial, not only in markets we're familiar with, but in many other markets. So if you would just share some of what you've done, that'd be terrific.
Absolutely. So the Social Impact Fund is basically investors are investing into our fund with the intention that they get a social return on their investment. They also do receive a modest return on their investment after 10 years. What it does is two things. It maintains affordability and perpetuity in a community. It allows us to act nimbly and quickly so that we could actually purchase affordable housing in communities much faster than we could when we developed low-income housing tax credits. On average, it takes about 5 years. They're very expensive. There's a lot of fees associated with low-income housing tax credits. And there are organizations doing that. And so we just looked at another way to, once again, bring more housing quickly into a community. I want to say that the work is braided very much. It's looking at so if we're going to say, can we build ourselves out of this problem? The quick answer is no, we can't. But can we resolve this problem? The quick answer is yes, we can. We have to look at our policies, we have to look at our regulations, and we have to see how is our housing actually connected to the homeless response system. We have two different systems that work kind of in parallel, but not necessarily connected. There's the housing system and there's the homeless response system. And we need to very much connect and bridge those two things. And I think what we're trying to do with purchasing of these units in communities is to understand who's actively homeless in a community by name, what are their needs, and how do we connect them to housing that exists in communities. There's a lot of access issues. Yes, we need much more affordable housing, and I think some of the earlier panels were talking about that we need more affordable housing, 100%. But how do we also utilize the housing that does exist and make sure that those people that are most in need of housing are accessing those units? So we're doing this work in Baltimore, Atlanta, Nashville, Charlotte, San Diego, and Phoenix, but that's where we've actually purchased buildings. But our work at Community Solutions is in 140 communities across the country where we're working with communities to develop systems so that they can truly understand who's actively homeless, not just based on like the HUD definition, but who's actively homeless, meeting people where they are, engaging with people who are experiencing homelessness and having them connected to the solutions. And I think it's bridging all of those populations and systems to resolve this.
That's fantastic. Thank you, Nadine. So Mark, I wanted you to talk to folks about your work because it's very different from Nadine's and I think Andy's, but really focused engagement in with a couple of cities to kind of advance what they're trying to do. Could you talk to us about that?
Sure. I mean, I think it is a little bit similar to Nadine, and I think it goes to your point about sort of the tax credit program being almost the only solution
Played out?
we think about.
Just say played out.
That's a joke. Because, I mean, having been started in the late 90s, I now have projects I worked on that are exiting affordability and have to be recapitalized or going market.
Right.
Right. So that's a inherent issue with, you know, with some of those things. I mean, 30 years is a long time, but then all of a sudden it isn't, right? Because the things are now not going to be affordable, or they're going to sort of pivot in a way where residents now are vulnerable again. So just a couple of examples in Ann Arbor, they were writing sort of RFPs one by one for developers to come in and develop. Sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't. But what we did, what we're doing now actually, is we looked at 12 city-owned sites. We looked at each site and what that site could do and underwrote it 4 to 5 different ways. So underwrite it as a ground lease, underwrite it as a sale, underwrite it as a limited equity co-op, underwrite it with no tax credits and just bonds issued by the city, and see how those work in terms of affordability, in terms of sort of long-term stability, in terms of getting out of housing crisis that most cities are facing. And when we did that, then we went out to the development community, like, would you actually respond to this RFP? And in some cases, the answer was no. And so then the question was, well, should the city agency, which is also the housing authority, be the developer? Ultimately, 6 sites were chosen. We wrote the RFPs. But before we wrote the RFPs, we took it through the approval process. So what did that do? One, it took a lot of risk away from the developer, but it also meant that we could demand from the developer a lower fee. It also got it built faster. So the first development that's 100% affordable and supportive is now topping out. That RFP was issued 13 months ago, right, which is lightning speed.
Right.
And in other cases, it will probably be a land sale because the land is so valuable, and all of that money goes into the Affordable Housing Fund. So I think thinking about not individual RFPs, but a kind of a city strategy in a way that you can underwrite deals. The other thing is, just real quick, some of those deals wouldn't have worked for tax credits because they were too close to a train track, or, you know, or they were going to be chasing points, and it was going to Nadine's point, add costs to the development. In some cases, 30 to 40%, because of various things, and also doing things that we might not be able to do otherwise in the tax credit program, like SROs or rooming houses, congregate care, and other things. So it was interesting to sort of really look at not just the tax credits, but different ways to underwrite those deals to get the ultimate solution to sort of like, how do we get more housing faster?
I appreciate that. Thank you, Mark. And Andy, could you give us an overview of your work?
Sure. As I said, we're an investment firm, and what we do is we partner with nonprofits and sometimes for-profits that have shown that they can really make an impact on economic mobility writ large, and really helping folks either retain or progress along a path of economic mobility. What I want to talk about today is a project here in New York with Help USA and Riseborough and Enterprise Community Partners and Trinity Church Wall Street.
I think
everybody's
you were all
in
here,
the
right?
house.
Everybody mentioned
Like
us
that
here?
may be the whole room. Fantastic. Maybe I just should stop talking. But so I think this is a great way to end the day, because I caught part of the last panel, which I think was hard to listen to, right? It probably wasn't news to most of us, but it also was, I think, at least for me, hard to listen to. And what I'm excited about this panel, and also some of the work that I know Kirk is doing, is that we are also in a moment yes, where the challenge is expanding and somewhat overwhelming, but where there are some new and creative solutions. So when we think about the solution right now, one of them that we're supporting, it's not about increasing supply. What it's about is the people who live in affordable housing and tackling the problem in a way that keeps them from becoming homeless. What we all know is that in the aftermath, particularly of COVID, folks got into tremendous arrears to a place that was near impossible to get out of. What we know is that is really bad for the family, and I can't imagine living with that sort of knife at the back of your neck as a mom. What we also know is it was really bad for the landlords, right? Because they have to pay their mortgage on that property. They need to continue to operate that property. We also know it's bad for the city, because the end of the story for very large arrears is eviction, which costs the landlord money because they're paying the lawyer, costs the city money because they're paying for the person's lawyer, which is a good thing. And it also costs the city because more than likely that person's going to end up in emergency shelter. And I think that was some of the crazy math, I would say, that we heard about in the last panel. And most importantly, it's devastating for a family. The disruption for families and kids is unimaginable. So in about 2022, I was having dinner with a good friend, Ron Molis from L&M Development Partners, who folks here probably know. And he was telling me about a pilot project that he did with Riseborough around funding them to go in and go to those tenants who were in arrears and actually help them get access to these short-term benefits, like one-shot deals that they could take advantage of, help them get their voucher back in good standing, which we know happens more than anybody would like it to happen. And then importantly, also focus on long-term financial coaching. What we then began to work on with that larger group of partners, it was fantastic. They did a pilot project, it really worked, was how can we scale it? And that's where we came into it. And so what we do is we provided a loan that benefits both Riseborough and Help USA to hire those workers to go out and do that work. The landlords are at the table, and what's really key about their role is it's twofold. One is they actually know everybody who's in arrears. They know people who are really far gone, people who are maybe less far gone. That information is key to identifying who needs help. So they refer their tenants. What they then do is they have agreed that once the workers go out, help folks get back into good standing, that they'll pay on a fee-for-service basis for actually helping that tenant. So rather than paying the lawyers, what they're doing is paying to get folks out of arrears and back in good standing. This project started a little over a year ago. Our target is to serve 2,000 families and individuals. We already have 60 plus and probably more since I got my data, success stories where on average folks have had paid off around $10,000 in arrears. So, thank you. Super exciting. What we're also very excited about is that this machine is running and operating with two such fabulous partners on the ground. And interestingly, we're now getting calls from other landlords. And those other landlords are coming to us and saying, oh, we would like to be part of this project. And so it's an exciting one. And again, I think we're excited about the results to date. We're optimistic about where we're going to get to. This is one piece of a very big puzzle, but we're very proud to be part of it.
Excellent. Thank you, Andy. So when we were preparing for this, I thought I would take a moment and add to the panel discussion by talking a little bit about modular construction, because it's something that people just generally fall in love with. And while I don't have specific background in it, many of you may know that the company I am a partner in, was founded by a guy named Nick Lembo, who founded Monadnock Construction as well 50 years ago, but and a few other companies. But the one I want to talk about is Capsis, which is a modular company he founded, I believe, in the early 90s and operated for 20 years. And the reason it's meaningful is there is, as I sort of participate in panels like this and go to meetings and sessions with people who are thought leaders, inevitably there's a lengthy conversation or somebody touting modular construction. And Nick is, as an undergraduate architecture student at Cornell in the early 70s, dreamed about not only being a contractor, but opening a modular factory. In the early 90s, he was approached by leadership and pastors of East Brooklyn congregations and they had a meeting in the Lindenwood Diner out in East New York, and they asked him if he would agree to be a builder in Nehemiah. The previous builder had some, and the original builder had some challenges because many of you who may be familiar with Nehemiah understand that it was during the 80s in East New York and Brownsville. You had large swaths of open land. You're building homes. It's really hard to secure the site. There's theft. They had issues with the quality of construction as well as security. And so Nick thought it was the perfect opportunity for a modular construction solution, and agreed in that meeting without having anything put together to do 700 homes modular. He then left the meeting, went to the Navy Yard, and probably a few places before that, found the space. He designed the factory, he leased the space, designed the factory, created the drawings for the prototype, hired staff, trained them, put the money up and the time to get the factory and the license with the state and the city, signed contracts with labor, and really single-handedly financed and set this up. And that's important because those of you familiar with the industry, there have been really large, well-capitalized companies that have failed, and he laughs because he literally did it single-handedly, and they weren't wood frame modules, they were steel and concrete. And so he did far beyond 700 homes. I think the company over a 20-year period did over 3 million square feet modular, and but they're lessons, right? I had him, he keeps up with the publications, and here's all the discussion about it. And I had him write 6 pages, single-spaced on this, and shared it with a few folks. But there's some big picture takeaways. One, it's not a magic bullet. In fact, our conventional construction company, in many ways, building the way we build at Monadnock, typically can outperform what we did with Capsis. I think the second thing is the modules that he fabricated and did typically worked better for a building where there was a lot of replication and smaller units. So senior housing, supportive housing. We did a project that was a 12-story building in Bushwick, in the supportive housing area with concern for independent living. So the prototype, hotel rooms, senior housing, supportive housing, really works best, and single-family homes as well when a module roughly equals a unit or a floor. Anything beyond that, it gets more complicated because you get efficiency by replicating the same thing over and over again. Where you make money is not the fact that it's cheaper than stick-built. In terms of the cost of materials and labor, where you make money is that while you are doing foundation work, simultaneously you're fabricating the superstructure in a factory. And so theoretically, what you're doing is picking up a lot of time. And when interest rates are high, the savings are greater. And so the combination of doing the right kind of product and creating the superstructure of the building or the homes in a factory while you're doing the foundation is really what the advantage is. And so on the last real deal we did with Capsis, and incidentally, he closed the factory because our lease ran out in the Navy Yard, and the folks in the Navy Yard at that time really wanted to expand Steiner Studios and didn't want to renew his lease, and he couldn't find another space, and so we closed the business, or he did, after 20 years. But the last building we did was on my micro building on 27th Street near Bellevue Hospital, and we have a time lapse of that online, which was spectacular. But we had foundation issues there we didn't expect to have, and normally that would delay everything. But the reality is on that project, although we had significant foundation delays, the only thing that happened is that we were able to do more modules during the delay. And so it was about storing the modules, and as soon as we got the foundation done, we were able to catch up and put the building together. So anyway, that's an overview. I probably used more than 5 minutes, but I wanted to talk about it because generally it's a topic that people want to know a little bit about. Though I want to pivot back to this conversation though, because I think the common thread, I think specifically with Nadine and Andy's, is the ability to raise private capital for social purpose. And the thing about raising money, whether you're a developer finding money for your deal or you're raising some sort of fund, is people like to give money to folks they've given to before. And that generally works for people who are in that world, but for others, not so good. And you could be really, really good at what you do. If they're not used to giving you money in the capital world, you don't get it. It's a real high threshold. So this is not on the list, but to that point, like part of what I'm excited about is the ability to capture private equity and resources for public good and purpose. So I want to do 3 lightning questions, and Mark, you should feel free to answer this one too. If you guys could talk a minute about your ability or methodology to be able to access significant amounts of private money for good social purpose.
So I personally was not the person going out and getting the funds for the
Well, forget it then.
Yeah, but I could talk a little bit about
Next.
it. Yeah.
All right, I'll jump in.
Yeah. So,
I'm joking.
yeah. I'll go really quickly though. So I work for Community Solutions. A few years back, we were fortunate to receive the 100 and Change Award from the MacArthur Foundation, which was huge. So 10 million of that grant went to seed the fund. That's a huge, a huge privilege that we had, because investors are more interested in investing not first. So we had that as a foundation. Right. We then additionally went to healthcare systems and asked healthcare systems to invest in the fund, because they would absolutely be, and I think we heard some of that earlier, would be interested in investing if it was also going to support their bottom line. And so we went to the healthcare systems as well. And then it was a little bit easier to get private investors to then come in. People or investments receive about 6 to 7% of a return on their investment after 10 years. After the 10-year mark, I do want to say this because I didn't say it after, our organization, or even better, a nonprofit in the municipality, will then be able to own the building from the investors, with the condition that that building will maintain affordability in perpetuity. So it is unlike a LIHTC deal where it's recapitalized, or needs to be recapitalized. That would be part of. And the idea is that during those 10 years, the work that we are doing and supporting the people that are actually doing the work on the ground in those communities, they have lifted up a nonprofit that could then take ownership of a property in 10 years' time.
Excellent. Mark, you want to jump
Yeah,
in?
I mean, I think sometimes private equity can be a swear word.
Right.
But it also is just equity that's not from a public entity, and so I think we all use it.
Right.
And, to the extent that we're invested in 401ks, pensions, or whatever else, we're also in it, and it can be for good. So I just wanted to say that.
Absolutely.
But also, I'm working on a project in Portland, Oregon, a historically African-American community. And sometimes I think when you have a compelling story and a value proposition, that also is something that can bring capital. So in this particular development, it was a district plan, right? The highway, urban renewal, wrecked the neighborhood. So how do you build it back, and how do you make sure that the African-American community is supported and benefits from that? So one was these wealth building stories. So the notion from the city was 20-story towers, lots of affordability. But that means steel construction, that means nobody in the neighborhood or African-American contractors are going to work on it because they're at the 4 to 8 unit scale or the small apartment building. So the first phase was going to be tied to the African-American supply chain. And we did the wealth building stories to say somebody now, right, in a training program in 10 years, right, and as we scale up, they scale up with the scale of the buildings. And Phil Knight, the owner of the Trailblazers and Nike, stepped up with a $400 million fund.
Wow.
That can be leveraged to acquire property and to also sort of leverage, other dollars. And so I think the story was compelling, and it's not grants, but it was demonstrated that a return probably around the same amount, like in the 6 to 7% range, was feasible.
That's fantastic. Andy?
Sure. So I am the person who raises the money for our fund. Writ large, it's a slog, but anybody in this room who raises money knows that. Joking aside, I think what I would add to what folks have said, it is telling the story. It's telling the story of why the investment matters, but it is also telling a story that the economics will work, right? That you're going to make investments that drive an impact and then will also provide a return. What I will say to you is our investors are a mix of ultra high net worth families, not Phil Knight, but I would love an intro.
Wow.
And as well as some foundations, some healthcare institutions. And what I would say is no matter how many zeros there are after someone's net worth, if it's an investment, they want to understand what the fundamental economics are and feel comfortable that you are the right person to then manage it.
Right.
For me personally, I was fortunate after spending years working in communities to spend 6 years at Goldman Sachs, where I was able to raise a fund at Goldman, which was sort of a wonderful place to start because I brought with me institutional credibility. I then had the good fortune to leave Goldman Sachs and be able to take some of that institutional credibility with me without some of the burden of coming from Goldman Sachs. But it's the story, and it's the why the financing matters and why that's the right way to do it. And we often talk about, we're not replacing philanthropy, we're just helping philanthropy go further, and we're also tapping into government and other funding streams and helping it work better together.
Yeah, that's a great presentation of it, Andy. So what I want to do is I'm going to combine two questions together and just go down line one. So I think two of the bigger challenges in the economic environment we're in, cost escalating, and people not getting paid a lot, and the destabilization that you see in communities and families is one, as a building owner, how to keep the buildings functioning and viable to house people. And in New York, that's increasingly challenging. I have a lot of my colleagues who are looking to sell affordable buildings and want to be in other markets The second is helping families who are stably housed remain so, and how do we deliver people the right level of service. And so I want to combine those and just have each of you give thoughts. It's on the building viability and the stability of families who live in these buildings, and give your thoughts on that. And then after that, we'll open it up to questions from you all. So, yeah, absolutely, Nadine.
Sort of picking up on what Andy was talking about. So in our buildings, we've developed this property management ethos called Property Management Plus. Honestly, it's just really good property management, but really what it does is center the tenant's experience and the tenant's issues so that property management is supporting tenants to remain stably housed. And so what does that look like on the day-to-day? It could be that a tenant is in arrears, and so, okay, rather than like just give them notification, which they do need to understand that they are responsible for their rental payment, it is, okay, you missed your rent check this month. How are we going to get you onto a path where you are now going to be able to pay your back rent, so that it never escalates to a point where they're never going to be able to come from under that. And that really does start at lease signing. It means having a case manager, if a person is in need of a case manager, present at lease signing, making sure that the tenant understands their roles and responsibilities of tenancy, making sure that the property manager understands clearly their roles and responsibilities of centering the tenant experience as part of their job, and the role of the case manager, that they need to show up, and they need to show up in a way that is purposeful to maintain that housing stability. And all of those, like the property managers and case managers, we know there's real capacity issues. So then from our perspective, what can we do to support case managers who are doing very, very difficult work with very, very large caseloads? What do they need to support so that they can show up to support their clients? And then property managers, how do we get them to understand and kind of reach across that aisle between the property management company and the case manager, and continuing to set the tenant and the tenant's experience, or the client and the client's experience, kind of above whatever system or narrative that they might have. So that's part of the way that we do that work.
Thank you. Mark?
I mean, I might just point back to 27th Street that you all did. There's so many ways we took certain kinds of affordable off the table, and that project, for example, right, would have been...
You hated it?
No, I did. I loved it. But it would have been illegal under
I didn't know where you were going with that. That's
I mean, it was an experiment in small units, which New York City stopped allowing. And like when you think about all the ways housing was affordable,
right,
and we took it off the table,
right,
minimum unit sizes, even like unaccompanied or sort of unaffiliated adults not being able to live together.
Right.
Those were value judgments that took affordability off the table. So it's nice to see finally that people are coming around to figuring out ways to change it, whether it's like a demonstration project like you did, or modular manufactured housing prefab. I think City of Yes is a good start also. Getting additional FAR for affordability. So we'll see how that works out. But I've been looking across the country at the ways you can do that, and then figuring out how that produces more housing.
I loved hearing Nadine talk about the way you guys do property management.
It's fantastic.
Clearly you are an outlier. Because I think what we see happening in real life, and I've seen this over time, is that the first thing to go is services. Right? That's always, we thought we were going to be able to do that, but interest rates went up. cost of building went up, cost of operations went up. And so that's really, I think, in many cases, the first thing to go, which, as my late mother used to say, is really cutting off your nose to spite your face, right? Because that is going to cost you in the long run. Some of what the projects we've done in other places to solve for that and to solve for folks who need services is to look in other places, not necessarily the usual suspects, right? So when you're thinking about building and operating housing, you're focused on the housing department. But in real life, if you're talking about housing people who are chronically homeless or formerly street homeless, actually the health department absorbs a lot of costs, and hospitals absorb a lot of costs associated with those folks. Or the Department of Corrections absorbs a lot of folks. And the question is, are there creative ways, and we're seeing them in different places. We're doing a project right now in Rhode Island where the sort of takeout funding for a project providing permanent supportive housing is not the housing department, it's the health department and the corrections department. And so it is in effect sort of saying, let's make this pie bigger. Let's find the people who have aligned economic interest. It's the same thing of the eviction prevention program. We're not, while we do believe landlords should do the right thing, what I would also say is they may do the right thing as a one-off using philanthropy. But if you want it to scale and sustain over time, it has to sort of align with their business interests and goals, and the same thing with the different places in government.
That's great.
So that's some of how we try and think about it.
So thank you all for that. So what we're going to do now is open it up for questions. Where's Samantha? So we're going to go to 3. We're going to go to 3. So
Hi, how are you? I just have a couple of questions that I'm just curious about. You were
one
talking.
question.
Two.
We don't play that.
I'll ask them as a run-on sentence, and then you'll have to decide. So I was curious when you were talking about the modular building, if there's any reality in 3D printing being used for modular housing, if that makes any sense.
So I hate to disappoint you, but everything I know about construction, I just told you. I don't know nothing else. But here's a good thing we could do. Is there a design professional or construction professional? Melody! Matt, answer that question.
Do you want a mic?
Yeah, give him the mic, man. See, Samantha, see how I just pivoted like that? Not every moderator could work like that.
For 3D printing, you asked about? For 3D printing houses? So it's being investigated right now in like Austin, Texas is doing a bunch of it. Places where there's a lot of land. Because you need, for the printing system, a bunch of space around it to then bring in the trucks with the material and the printer to move around. Something we don't really have here in our tight little narrow lots. So not so much. But we'll ask Kirk about prefabrication modular construction. And one, is there a way
you gotta hold on for a second.
I'm just gonna
play
take
too
your
much.
question.
I thought you wanted. I thought you was answering that woman's question,
I'm
man.
just gonna keep it. Is how can that sort of systems like CAPSIS or the next version of CAPSIS, how can they be promoted here? Like, how can we scale things like that, and how can we get the agencies to back them?
So what I would say is, and listen, there are examples of modular buildings that have gone up that weren't CAPSIS since CAPSIS closed. So people are doing it. I think the danger is that we focus on the construction technology at the expense of larger problems. And I think the fundamental problem we have in our market is the resistance to any multifamily housing in most or all of the low density communities in and outside the city, red tape and bureaucracy around getting anything done. And so that the combination of how long it takes to get an entitlement and how long it takes to get regular projects that as a right built and the extraordinary expense of it, I think are higher up the chain in terms of a problem than whether we build it conventional or modular. That's why I tend not to, nor does Nick, even though he ran the business for 20 years and dreamed about it when he was in college. He encourages people not to fall in love with the technology, but to focus on the fundamentals. And then when we do employ it, to employ it in situations where we actually realize the efficiencies of it. I mean, that's what I've heard. I mean, why am I so articulate on this one point? Because I've heard him say it like, so much, and I've seen it, so anyway, I don't want to take up too much time, but that would be my answer to that. Thanks for the answer and the question.
Good afternoon, everyone. Rachel Webster with Impact Brooklyn. Thank you all for this amazing conversation. Nadine, my question's for you. How can we make the NOAA acquisition strategy you're using in other places work here in New York City?
Good question.
Good question. I don't know that I can answer that really. I think for it to work, honestly, and it goes to what we were just talking about. That is a delivery system, right? And it's an access issue to maintain affordability and to have people be able to access that housing. So that is important for us to do in our city, and lifting up, maybe with Andy, a fund to be able to do that. But in order for that to happen, I think we know, and once again, this is no fault of any one agency or people are working. I worked in the city government for a while, so I know every day people are working really, really hard and making really hard decisions, and yet the system isn't connected, right? And so I think, I would be lying if in all of our buildings I said we had 0 vacancies. We should have 0 vacancies, but we don't. And that means it's not about supply. It's about the system. And so I think it's figuring out what are the policies, regulations, what are the processes that people are doing on a daily basis that's standard operating procedure and not like a HUD regulation. And there's a lot that actually is, well, this is just how we do things, but people don't know that because they've been doing it for so long. So really understanding like a process map, and that we've done process mapping, and it's amazing what staff do day in and day out, and their leadership might not know, like, well, wait a second, why are you doing it that way? And they're like, well, this is how we're supposed to do it. We're doing our job. And so I think it's that as well. And then I think it's the political will to go out and raise funds and maintain our affordable housing. So I don't have like a one, like, I could put,
you have a whole book here.
I have
she
a
has
whole
it right
book.
here. It's written right here.
I hope that answers your question. I would love for a fund to get lifted up in New York.
Thank you. So can we thank Nadine, Mark, and Andy, and me? Appreciate it.
Thank you, Kurt. Okay, I know you waited all day to hear from me. It's very exciting. Part of the program, very exciting. They were like, we're putting you in as a speaker. I'm like, I'm just gonna say thank you. So this is what you're gonna get. Thank you so much for being here, for the work that you do, for contributing to this community, for making my job such a pleasure to talk about you and all of the good work that you're doing. I think, you've heard it multiple times today. The message for today is unite. It's a time for us to stand together and to not stop. Don't stop, because you're doing good work. These guys know I cry every time I talk about your work. What the hell is wrong with me? Stupid. So, I just want to share one thing before I let you go, because it's like a real career highlight. To hear someone like Brian Goldstone, who I really admire, I'd be like, I've been admiring you guys from afar for a few years. I'm really glad to be here. And I'm like, yes! I made it. It's great. Sorry. So just a couple of quick thank yous. So thank you so much to my friends at Lamb Insurance Services who have supported us from the beginning, to our friends from Graham who also always, the two of them, they were here at the beginning when I was like, hey, I have this idea. And they were like, we're in. I have another idea. We could talk later. That'll be fine. Special thanks to City and State New York, who are partners in this event and help us to produce it. To everyone here at the museum, who I'm sure you can acknowledge has done a flawless job in producing yet another wonderful super event. Make sure on your way out, you stop by the Book Nook if you haven't. To everyone who wore denim, thanks for standing in solidarity with our team. Thank you. Thank you so much. Our team, Roads Help Roads, they are out literally on the road today in at the Brooklyn Safety Alliance, reaching out to survivors of domestic violence, people who are experiencing violence. So if you need help, please don't hesitate to reach out. Our team is there. And last shout out to our MCs. Excellent job. They love it when I tell them what to do. To my boss, Dan Lehman, I don't know where he went to get his picture taken. Thanks for standing behind this event, Dan. Much appreciate it. And lastly, a round of applause for all of you. See you next year.